very well held in the academic community is their willingness to point you in a way that you disagree with them, which is not always a sort of straightforward thing to do, but actually is really helpful for us to make sure that we feel like getting around the perspective. But we don't necessarily know that on the first question.
Thank you.
If you could just get the microphone, sorry, lady in the green dress.
Morning, thank you. I'm Lizzie Blake from Bristol. Just drawing on the ARIs, I wonder what your experience of them has been so far. Especially, I wondered what the take-up and response to the ARIs has been like, and whether they are helping in diversifying the academics that you're hearing from.
So I was quite involved with the ARIs in DWP when I was there, and certainly the experience that we were having the time I was there was very positive. DWP has quite a long history of engaging with the academic community, so maybe consulting from higher ed, I don't know, but it felt like we were going in a good way there. You have a different experience, or was it sort of particular perspective from what you think? I'm interested to hear.
Sure. What was I going to say? Taking another question back to from my experience, when we've led a fairly structured way of engaging with the ARIs, we found that engagement with our academics has been really good. It's always hard knowing where the people are engaging by themselves because we don't always get the feedback loop. So one of the challenges we face is just knowing what everyone's up to, because quite a lot of them are not many of us. And so yeah, I don't know.
It's quite one thing I'm sort of aware of very often is that structures like the ARA often will be requiring a different way of working in the university. That's engaging with it as well. So I suspect there's be some differences in experience depending on how that's fitted into universities' structures and ways of working. So it's probably learning as we go through this for both sides and get used to that sort of structured engagement.
Over at the back. Thank you.
I'm Rina Anton from the University of Exeter. Thank you so much for the talk, it was absolutely brilliant. Within Upen, I'm one of the two co-chairs for the subcommittee on arts and humanities alongside Laura. Hi, Laura. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things you mentioned in your talk, and also it also builds on from the question that Katie asked actually. You mentioned the fact that policymakers are all now kind of overwhelmed with different kinds of evidence and unsure kind of how to navigate that, but also that you're willing to kind of look into different perspectives. We find that sometimes policymakers tend to be a little bit more hesitant to engage with evidence that comes from arts and humanities disciplines. There seems to be a bit of a lack of trust almost that it is sound evidence. And that's quite surprising because we know that lots of policymakers actually have a background in arts and humanities disciplines. And I was just wondering whether you think that there is more appetite for engaging with different disciplines, the usual suspects, so not just like the usual people, but also different disciplines that you might be that might not be kind of forthcoming in a way to answer the kind of policy questions that you're interested in.
Yes, good question. And I suppose that I think it probably is true to say that often the evidence that has a particular quantity of evidence can be easier to take care of more quickly. But I think I've seen some quite interesting examples where different approaches are used. So in work looking at how people use customer services in organisations like DWP, actually some of the perspectives are quite informed by anthropology or understanding the way in which people are interpreting what's being provided to them. So I think that can be where there's innovative work where I think that the work absolutely is open to that. And art and humanities covers quite a wide range of subjects, and certainly in trying to understand our foreign policy objectives, understanding the history and geography of the countries that we do has long been a really, really important priority as well. So quite a diversity of things in arts and humanities. I think there is, I think there always will be some advantage to quantitative evidence in terms of the way in which people feel it can be validated. But I think there is space for more innovative approaches with qualitative evidence as well.
Okay, Chris has a burning question. I thought he was giving me a time warning, but actually he's got a question. And then I just saw a hand over there. Can we start there, Chris, and you can wait because it's polite.
Sorry, Chris. It's Charlotte Homer, University of Sussex. Thanks for your introduction, and bearing in mind we're talking about the future of knowledge mobilisation, I'd like to know how you've experienced the restructuring of the government departments, so now that particularly because you're in this, I can't remember the long full name of, but the one with net zero. That would be great to hear what you think about how that restructuring affects your work, how we engage with you, in particular in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Department of Energy Security and Net Zero. I'm just saying it as many times as I can. So, look, I think it's a really positive thing. Actually, look at the sort of post-war history of British government, I do from time to time. Most of the time we have a distinct energy department. There are two long cells we don't, which are the DTI, and most recently we had BAE, but energy and net zero is such a major topic for us that it is really good to have a department just focus on that, and it feels like a sort of focused department with a clear mission now. I'm conscious though that from the focus on dealing with government, it doesn't really feel helpful to have the deck chairs moved around like that. So there are obviously some costs associated with that. It has been less disruptive than it might be because we are essentially spun out from the BAE's department, of course. So we haven't actually had to do any mergers or anything complicated like that. So largely, people who were doing subject X are still doing subject X, and so they've been able to maintain the relationships that they previously had. I hope what you will see from, as I said, a sort of narrow departmental perspective is slightly more coherent department as a whole, focused department as a whole, and that should be an easier one to engage with. So I should come back here and see what that's happening.
Brilliant. Laura's just given me a 5 minutes warning, so I think we'll get Chris's question and then we can squeeze in maybe one, if you're very brief, because I quite like to ask a final one. That'd be great, Chris.
Yeah, this is related to the previous question on discipline areas. So the UK Funding Council is looking a little bit more about how a PhD can lead to a variety of careers. It's also a certain issue from career path. So I'm wondering, from your perspective, what are the things that you see people who've gone for postgraduate education that you think, it's probably a training issue here, but there are things that could happen in that postgraduate education maybe aren't happening in the way they could?
Basically, I mean, there are some of the things that I do with my teams is I do some round tables, so it's just selections of people from the group. We find out a bit about people's careers. There's a lot of people there who have done competency service, having done postgraduate work in all sorts of different groups, often quite unrelated to what they end up doing in the civil service. And I sort of have reflected on that. I mean, in some ways, genuinely a good thing in that the sort of richness of different perspectives that people have from doing archaeology or chemistry or whatever, and then coming into work in public policies is great. It does cost me a bit to grant people who've done PhDs in energy economics coming into energy or whatever. I suppose the thing I'd like to understand is the motivation actually. Is that because people who are doing PhDs in energy economics want to do something else rather than coming to work in public policy? I don't know whether that's as a child, so you don't sense that we are sort of actively putting off people with those backgrounds. It may be that people are choosing to work elsewhere from what they've done previously. We have done, I've seen some interesting initiatives to try and bridge the gap. So including, again, going back to did some work with Sheffield University to support people doing PhDs, doing some of their time in the department, so using the open data. That's only just started, so I can't give you any evidence whether that's worked or not, but I think I'm quite interested in those sorts of initiatives. Again, a bit of a richer partnership between the universities and the government department, and maybe that will help bridge those.
Thanks. Okay, final question over there.
Hi, Hannah Dalglish from the University of Southampton. So I was at a conference in Brighton last week, and we had a quite exciting debate on the question, this house believes that evaluation has gone too far and is destroying or damaging research. So I was wondering, what's the context of evaluation as civil service? Does it take up a lot of time, or is there perhaps not enough evaluation? How sort of knowledge is being mobilised? How is research being involved in the policy making processes?
So I don't know, I probably don't have the perspective to generalise across all the companies, but in my experience, I have certainly seen about the value of evaluation. So if I look at the work we did around the labour market response to COVID, the evaluation evidence we had of the interventions inside the financial crisis has been incredibly useful in giving us an indication of which sorts of schemes were going to work. So the evaluation of the scheme called the Future Jobs Fund was quite a lot. I think the Kickstart initiatives that we set up during COVID. I would observe that that's quite a long time, and actually needs to be quite a long time because you are putting these policy interventions in place in effect over a number of years. And so the payoff period to evaluation is quite lengthy. But when we sometimes describe this in terms of a cycle, you develop your policy, you implement it, you evaluate it, and then you develop a new policy. It's a bit misleading because you develop a policy, you implement it, you evaluate it, and then nothing happens for a few years until you're confronted by another problem like that again. And then that's when you get the payoff for having done the evaluation. So I think we need to be patient about seeing the payoff from the evaluation.
Thank you. That was a really good last question. Thank you. We're out of time, although I'd quite like to carry on for a bit, but we can't. So I'm just going to thank Jonathan for giving us his time and really interesting insights. I hope you will all be reflecting on what you heard and whatever you're doing with the Padlet. What we're doing with the Padlet, typing on the Padlet. Adding your reflections to the Padlet. I think there's some really interesting stuff there about the changing approach to the policy profession, about some of the structures that currently exist or that may need to exist to ensure better use of evidence in government. So please do add reflections, thoughts, ideas for what you think will be next to the Padlet. And join me in thanking Jonathan very much for really, really fascinating remarks. And now we're going to move into our panel on local, regional and evolved policy engagement. With Cammy and Hannah, would I like you to come up? Thank you.
Doesn't matter where I sit. Who's after me?
So while the panel's assembling themselves, I'll just introduce how many of you know. Hannah Duran is Senior Researcher at the Wales Centre for Public Policy, and she's one of the Upen Vice Chairs. So I was focused on the politics, strategy,
Changing
and organisation, and the impact of research on expertise in policy making. And Karina is a head of research service at the University of Wolverhampton, and co-chair of the regional roles of things, and co-authored the report mentioned earlier relates to toolkit for HRs. So I'm going to hand it over to Kelly. Thank you.
Yeah, coming. Do you want to Okay, what's this one? Failed at the first hurdle, it's not on. It's green.
Cammy's mic is on.
Okay, I've sorted it. Okay, thank you. Welcome everybody. Add welcomes to those from Sarah and Chris. And I hope you're looking forward to this discussion on the future of knowledge mobilisation, specifically around devolved, regional and local level policy engagement initiatives. As Sarah said at the beginning, it feels that there's a lot of investment, a lot of interest, a lot of excitement in mechanisms, infrastructures to really bring research and policy together. And there's a lot of interest in how that can help us understand place-based solutions to the complex problems we face. They're common challenges, they have contextual specificity. So we really want to talk today to this distinguished panel about those initiatives, those efforts, those long, hard, well-thought efforts to do this knowledge mobilising work at that level. So I'm not going to babble a lot, but I am going to introduce people. They may have prepared introductions, so I'm going to do that classic thing of just taking their thunder. So on the panel, my name is Hannah Durrant. I know a lot of people may know me. I'm Senior Research Fellow at the Wales Centre for Public Policy, which is based at Cardiff University and is co-funded by Welsh Government and the Economic and Social Research Council. We work to support Welsh Government and public services across Wales access and apply evidence in their decision making. We're also a member of the UK What Works network. And I'm also Vice Chair of Upen. And on the panel, we have my very excellent Director, Professor Steve Martin, who's Director of the Wales Centre for Policy, also Professor of Public Policy, Public Policy and Management at Cardiff University. We have Liz Shutt, who is Programme Director of North East Insights, which is a relatively new project in partnership with Newcastle University, Northumbria University, the North of Tyne Combined Authority, City Council, NHS, looking at the potential of collaboration to solve place-based challenges. We have Beck Riley from the University of Birmingham and specifically City Ready. And Beck will be talking also about the new LPIP Strategic Coordinating Hub. And stepping in at the very last minute, Kaylee Rembo-Fawcett from Upen, newly from Upen, standing in for Peter O'Brien, who very sadly couldn't join us due to training problems. So I think that's enough from me. And we're going to, and Cammy, obviously my wonderful colleague Cammy from the University of Wolverhampton, who'll be co-chairing and jumping in with insights that people are discussing. So what we're going to do, we've got some questions for our panel, and then we're going to have some questions at the end. However, if there's something you really need to ask, stick your hand up and we'll try and notice that, and I think Laura will be around as well. Okay, so I'm going to ask the first question to Beck, partly to give you an opportunity to announce the successful award of the LPIP Strategic Coordinating Hub bid. So we want to ask everybody, starting with Beck, what is being done in your area of the UK to develop and enhance evidence and policy capacity? What's working and why?
Hi, thanks. A little bit of introduction as well. I've got 20 years in regional economic development, the majority of which has actually been spent in policy or in the private sector. So I'm a bit of an interloper into the latecomer into the university sector. Just in terms of City Ready itself, the City Region Economic Development Institute, it was set up 7 years specifically by the University of Birmingham to drive greater engagement between policy and the academics within the university, locally and regionally, and then nationally. So we were set up perhaps with a little bit of foresight from the university, and it enabled us to be a little bit of a trailblazer. Just like Upen and Insights North East, we won funding from Research England to set up the West Midlands Regional Economic Development Institute, which carried on and expanded our work that we'd already established. So we're actually coming towards the end of that funding, whereas the other two were starting out. So there was an awful lot of engagement and exchange of good practice and things that we've done wrong. I think that was the main gist of that. But that has led us to recently being appointed as the lead for the LPIP Hub, Strategic Coordination Hub, which is generally looking at how we can do what we do locally on a national scale. And I think our sort of strapline illustrates what we're about, and that's confidence and capability and capacity building within place. And we heard before about the issues that policymakers are facing about rapid evidence change. We've had a number of years where people have had to really scale up and change the way they work and make policy really quickly, and there's a lot of fatigue out there. So one of the things that we're trying to do is work with those partnerships to help them build that capacity to be able to develop better policy on the back of evidence. And I think we're trying to do that as well and strategically coordinate across the plethora of activities that are also happening across place and engage with other assets that have been funded across the networks and help organisations, much as was mentioned in the last discussion, around how do you link up and connect and create collaborative sort of conversations between those doing the policy and those who have the long-term knowledge and evidence so it can be utilised quickly.
Thanks, Beck. Maybe, Cammy, could you pass it to Kaylee? Maybe you could have a go next, Kaylee.
Thanks, Hannah. Yeah, I'm 2 weeks into my role at Upen, which, for those of you that don't know what it stands for, it's the Yorkshire and Humber Policy Engagement and Research Network. So another acronym to add to your list. And I guess we've got an interesting model that we're trying to test, which is with the 12 universities in Yorkshire, the 15 local authorities, and the 2 combined authorities. So it's a big thing, and essentially trying to understand how across the 4 regions of Yorkshire, what are those policies, what is being done at that local level, what are the policy drivers, and allowing the local areas to tackle those issues whilst bringing that out to a regional perspective, because many of these challenges are needed to be tackled at that regional level, and that's been quite a big driving factor behind the establishment of Upen. I guess its model, which I think builds very much on what's happening at the moment, is this network approach. It's not a top-down initiative, it's recognising that there's already people doing this stuff, that how do we pull it together into learnings, both at that local and regional level, but feed up to national policy as well. And that's something that Upen is looking at alongside the LPIP development work and the other initiatives that are out there. So I think if anyone in the room is at Upen University, do come and say hi, but equally if anyone wants to just stay informed with these developments as well, I think one of the great things here is that we're all really committed to sharing our experiences and learning and recognising that also not everyone has access to this funding, so trying to understand how we can distill that learning into practical tools.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. I think I've picked up from both of you this point about kind of learning and, developing capacity building on what's been working before. I'm going to let Liz and Steve both have a go at talking about what's going on in their areas. I'm going to leave you to the end, actually, Steve, because I think the Wales Centre is quite different. And so it'd be interesting to hear from all of our partners here, all in the North and Midlands.
Thanks, Hannah. So we're very new. I've been in post since December, and we had the rest of the team join us about 2 months ago. So we're definitely in startup mode and trying to work out how to turn what was put in a red funding bid into a reality. It's really complex. We've got 2 universities and the knowledge base and structures to bring together. We've got overlapping geographies with integrated care systems, new devolution deal, and new local authorities to bring into the mix. So yeah, it's complicated, and at the same time, we're kind of setting ourselves up as a sort of live and learn approach. So kind of it's iterating all the time. Even since December, we've changed direction. Some things haven't worked, some things have. But the basic premise is that there's a huge amount of knowledge in the universities with public investment that local policymakers aren't accessing. And one of our partners said as we were setting up and putting together the beds, they know there's good stuff in there, but the transaction costs are too high. It just takes too long. They don't know where to look, and the policy environment is too rapid, which is a situation you'll all be aware of. So I think our approach is really trying to think about, well, what's causing that divide and what specific mechanisms can we put into place to bridge the gap. So along those lines, we've got a team of research associates, which do have PhDs that are very much intended to be a different type of academic role with policy experience as well. They focus on 3 themes. We've got net zero, inclusive growth and health and wellbeing. And they're really meant to be experts in the knowledge base on the university side, but also the problems of the policymakers. So it's very much relationship building, network building, and trying to understand how to bring those 2 worlds together. But alongside that, we've also got research associates that's focused on capability and capacity. So Alison's in the room today, so she'll be interested to learn from all of you. And with that work, we're sort of thinking about kind of a gap analysis, and kind of where are the needs on both the policymaker side and the academic side. But we're also interested to understand where the gaps are different in different disciplines, because, for example, our experience of engaging with health colleagues so far is that there's a very different starting base and a different understanding of this whole world of knowledge exchange. We also have a data research associate trying to kind of work cross-stream and help policymakers with evidence. And then finally, we have an action learning research associate, which is in the team, embedded, learning as we go, and feeding into the process as it develops. I think the final thing that is worth emphasising about our model is that the emphasis is on existing research, not new research, and we're still trying to work out how to make that work. But I think that that's quite helpful when you think, for example, about the quick turnaround time that is needed for a lot of policy problems, because we haven't got the time to go away and research and need to kind of tap into existing evidence. And we know there's a huge amount of existing evidence. So yeah, that's a basic description of our model.
Thanks, Liz.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Our story is similar in some respects and different in others. So picking up directly where Liz was, our model is very much based on the idea that, and there are academic colleagues in the room, forgive me, but we don't need a lot of new primary research to do the thing which we're trying to achieve. We want to unlock and mobilise existing evidence, and I would say existing expertise as well, because sometimes the evidence doesn't answer the question that we're being asked, but academics have been working on an issue for 10, 20, 30 years, can bring something to the table, which is very valuable. So we have quite a broad definition of evidence which incorporates expertise as well. Our story is 10 years ago, the Welsh Government, or actually Welsh Labour, had a manifesto commitment to set up what at the time was called the Public Policy Institute for Wales, terrible kind of name with an awful acronym, which is converted into an even worse name with an even worse acronym, and I'm very jealous of everybody else's acronym. I tried for us to be called the Wales Institute for Public Policy, which I thought was clever, but the government didn't want to be funding an organisation called WIP, so I lost that battle, and we've got something which looks a bit like the old Soviet Union. Anyway, 10 years ago, manifesto commitment to set up the Public Policy Institute for Wales, or now the Wales Centre for Public Policy, an open invitation to anybody who wanted, not simply just universities, but think tanks and others, to pitch ideas about what that would involve. I and a couple of other professors at Cardiff University pitched a model very much based on what we need is a mechanism which mobilises existing research evidence in a timely, relevant way through trusted mechanisms which policymakers can put some faith into. And the Welsh Government gave us some startup funding for a researcher and administrator. The university pitched in with a little bit of my time involved, but the bulk of our budget was to remunerate colleagues for doing quite small, rapid turnaround pieces of evidence synthesis and evidence mobilisation. At that stage, 4 ministers, we worked directly with ministers, sometimes alongside special advisors. We're now 20 people. We work both with Welsh Government and with public services, and Hannah and colleagues conduct research. The only primary research we do is research on this whole area of knowledge mobilisation, evidence mobilisation, and what are we learning from our own practice, what can we learn from others' practice, and how do we incorporate that into our practices of knowledge mobilisation. We're obviously only one part of that landscape. We've grown rapidly and learnt a lot in a decade, but there have been other investments as well alongside us. There's the new Health and Care Research Wales Evidence Centre, for example, and we've tacked away from our work on health and care for that reason. But there are a range of other infrastructures which have grown up in Wales which are focused on this process of knowledge mobilisation. One other thing, Hannah, and then I'll shut up. I was very clear from the outset that our role, although we were based in Cardiff University, and there was a discussion had about whether that was the right thing to do, my view was that it was for a variety of reasons. I believe I've been proven right, but I wouldn't I? But the government had concerns about us being based in the university, which I understood. But I was very clear from the outset, we weren't a kind of portal to researchers in Cardiff University. We tried to trawl the world for the best available evidence and expertise. And you can imagine that didn't go down fantastically well with some colleagues in Cardiff or even colleagues in other universities in Wales. But again, I believe that was a good and sensible thing to do. So our aim is not, as I believe some of you, to kind of maximise the impact for your university of the research which is done by researchers in your university. We can clearly use Cardiff colleagues where we think they're the best available experts, but we're not wedded to that. That, though, has enabled us to develop, for example, a REF impact case study last time around the work that we've done over that period of time as a kind of evidence mobilising infrastructure. So if you need a REF impact case study for your VC, I think there's a way of doing it which isn't focused on a single piece of research. Professor X invented a widget and then she managed to persuade a range of companies to kind of implement it.
Thanks, Sue. Thanks everybody for your reflections on what you're doing and where that's come from. Just before we move on to the next question, I wanted to see if anyone wanted to come in on something that has come up across what everyone said, I think, which is whether these are fairly new initiatives, whether these are initiatives that have been running for some time and are evolving, that there is a real shared objective to really think conceptually about what we're doing and develop on what's working and what's working so well. I don't want to put people under pressure, but Kaylee, you're nodding, so I might come to you. But Beth, I think you talked about that bit. It's really kind of wondered about your insights on, conceptual development and learning as we go.
Yeah, just very, I guess, quickly on the kind of conceptualise the model. I've previously been working at CAPE, Capabilities and Academic Policy Engagement. We're developing a theory of change for the way in which we're trying to, assess our impact and assess whether we're meeting our goals. And it came up again at a conference last week, which was looking at knowledge exchange, how you evaluate it. And I'm really keen within Upen, we also look at a way of being able to tell the story of how we're trying to achieve what we're doing, because it is very messy, it's very relational. We want to recognise that that is part of the journey, but actually being able to give a bit of an understanding of that process will, I think, be helpful in terms of understanding where we're learning, what's maybe not working, what some of the assumptions we're making. So next time round we can do it differently, or someone else can try and do it differently. But that would be my hunch here, just to sort of develop models. And there might be other models out there that might work with it. So that was my initial reflection to that.
I suppose one of the things for us, we're quite big, so we're 30 staff, and we use all sorts of models in terms of this. And a big thing that we use is secondments. So over the years, we've probably had about 15 secondments in the last 2 or 3 years, and they can be successful and they can be disastrous. And I think one of the main issues around the disaster at hand is interesting, and it's about the understanding of the secondee, the organisation of the university that they're going from, and the organisation that they're going to. And we do an awful lot of work looking at language, looking at how policy works, that understanding of how rapidly it has to be developed. And actually, that as an academic, you might have to step back and think, I don't have 100% evidence, I have 75%, and I can make a good guess. And it's that sort of area where these things fail or rather disappoint, or you don't come out with the certain outputs that you required. And I think when all of what we're talking about today is personal relationships and trust. And I think that's the most important thing when you're developing these sorts of centres, is about gaining trust, developing trust, and developing long-term relationships so you can all learn. And that's why we proactively use secondments. And we also use collaborative research and, then I say, contractual research. And I've got 2 feedback cases that actually depend on contractual research. So I think opening your willingness to work under those circumstances within innovative ways of developing those relationships is key to success, really.
Thanks, Faye. What I might do actually is that I thought that was really interesting, and the point where we're getting to is getting us to the next question about where the impetus for this work comes from where's the demand externally, what does that look like, and how is that linked with this approach that you all described that is relational, is long-term, is agile, is many other descriptive type words. So I might come to Steve actually to just talk a bit more about the nature of the demand for this devolved local regional policy engagement.
Thanks. Well, as I described originally, and in formal terms, the demand came from our then First Minister and from his ministers and deputy ministers. And we used to meet regularly, a couple of times a year, with each minister and say, hello, we're here, what can we do for you? And sometimes have a very ready kind of audience and a long list of useful things we could do, and a blank stare. But I think that's not how we work anymore. And what we've learned is that you really need to create the demand through a lot of interaction, a lot of trust and relationship, which in a sense co-creates the definition of the evidence need. And having co-created that evidence need, then scoping it together so that we can understand which bits of that need are susceptible to evidence and which require research evidence, and which require other kinds of input. So we spend quite a lot of a typical project for us might take 6 months, probably 2 to 3 months of that is working out what the ask is and how we can best respond to it. And that requires a willingness on both sides really to get involved in some quite detailed discussions. And we would bring experts from outside the centre who we want to collaborate with at a fairly early stage in that process usually. And that speaks to the need for face-to-face interaction or interaction on Teams or Zoom or whatever it is. And I think one of the things we've learned is I'm a career academic, so there's a confession. So I guess my working assumption was we would write short reports and policy briefings in accessible language. That's probably not actually the most useful thing that we do. What we do is convene places and spaces where policymakers can get together and talk to each other. Hello, you're both from the Welsh Government. Oh, you've never met before. Well, let me introduce you. I'm partly joking, but more importantly, here's a bunch of researchers who've been focusing on this issue for several years, and we get into some quite detailed discussions. So I don't think the demand is necessarily there. We have to kind of create it by demonstrating the value of mobilising evidence and what it can do for policymakers and practitioners.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Steve. Thank you so much. Please.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking about the nature of the demands because the sort of stick that our board kind of keep waving at us is about actionable insights. Any project idea, they want to know, will it result in actionable insights? And what they mean by that, I think, is based on kind of built-up frustrations over time about trying to engage the academic evidence base, because they're fed up of findings telling them that they just need to wait for the national government to get their act together. They're fed up of findings telling them how bad the problem is, where it is, and how long it's been going on. And so I think kind of that we need to be able to find a route to kind of finding those actionable insights and telling them what they can implement within the kind of parameters of what's within their power. So kind of I end up talking a lot about kind of how can we as a local area make our own luck through collaboration and through engaging with that evidence base, and where do we actually have the power to make a difference. And that's changing, I think, with the evolution developments, and it makes for a really interesting time to be focusing on at a local level. But I think it's problematic, isn't it? Because a lot of the academic evidence base that we're trying to draw upon doesn't necessarily lead to those types of insights. And I think that that's going to be a real challenge for us, given that our model is connecting largely to kind of the existing evidence base in our local universities. And also I think we need to have an element of pragmatism within that, because, you know, it's all very well saying what works and having a very detailed, systematic review of that over time, but the issues that we're dealing with are too pressing to wait for the perfect evidence telling us what works. So I think with all of these things, it's finding the balance between the long term and the short term, and working out what we can plug in now and how we can build an infrastructure for a long term approach.
Thank you so much. We have one more question for our lovely panelists, and that is about the challenges that you see now and ahead. And also, if you can give some maybe suggestions or solutions and how we can overcome this for collecting evidence on policy capacity. And I will start with Kelly next in here.
Okay, yeah, lots of challenges trying to deliver this kind of activity with a 2-year funding remit, essentially. So just chiefly, there's the big question we have to look at is the sustainability of projects. We want them to be sustainable, whether that's embedding culture, whether that's embedding a model and way of working. But this is all new territory. We haven't quite finessed what that business model, sustainability model is for academic policy engagement. But I think secondly, a big thing is around capacity. We talked about that all of us are supporting policy fellows or research fellows and doing or driving a lot of the engagement. But this is a new area for academics. It's not actually recognised in their academic career framework. So if they're taking time out to do the knowledge exchange of research, but not actually generating research, then there's a risk, or they have to work out the scale and the opportunities for that. So that's something we're looking at within our project, is alongside the driving force of this theme, knowledge exchange activities, looking at it separately, publication strategy for our early mid-career researchers, sort of taking the time to deliver this work. And then there's also the capacity challenge on the policy side. So a lot of our funding model comes from the university side, but it doesn't actually buy out the time of our local authority or regional authorities staff. So we're really having to work with them to, communicate the value of what we're doing to them, but also recognising the challenges in which they're working with that they're not actually, bought out of their time to work on this collaborative endeavour. I'll stop on this. Oh no, and finally, I think EDI, we have to recognise that our opportunity here to deliver new initiatives with between local authorities and universities is a new space, and we need to recognise that we need to be representing different voices within that, and that's not just from within the university, that's also with community and business and industry, and that's a hard thing to do, and that takes time to build all those relationships, and sometimes we're driven to deliver those short-term requests and needs from the local authority plans, but we need to bear in mind that if we're doing that, we're probably not always going to be including voices with needs, and we need to be pushing back and looking at those medium to long-term projects, because that's when we can build in that more inclusive engagement.
Yeah, maybe same question for you, Beck, actually. What are the challenges now and ahead? I wondered if there is something you would say the LPIP Strategic Coordinating Hub seeks to address, a challenge that you think that's pitched towards?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest challenges that we face, well, there's two. One is the sustainability in the context of exactly what you've said about how do you get academics engaged in this process, and how do you get them working towards impact and engagement within a structure that doesn't necessarily reward it. And the University of Birmingham has actually put in place a pathway for this, and I'm one of the first people to go through it. So I'll let you know in about 12 months' time how that goes. But I think universities do need to value the activity and value all forms of interactions, income, and projects that can spin out of impact. And I think the second one is, and it ties into what we're asked an awful lot about, and I think it also ties into the role of the Strategic Coordination Hub, is the biggest question we get asked at the moment is what's happening next. And that's a big challenge when a lot of academic work is looking at what happened in the past and then telling you what happened in the past. So a lot of work that we're doing is understanding big trends, big global movements. AI was mentioned before, sustainability, net zero, all these things are challenges that are coming down on places, and they don't have the knowledge and expertise to be able to predict or understand what might happen. So we have a lot of work, commissioned work that we're doing at the Midlands Engine level, at the local level, and interacting with the national as well. And I think helping places understand that, and then how it affects them differently is the important thing. How will sort of cost of living crisis affect the North East as opposed to the South Coast? There are very different challenges that they face, and I think that's the role of the hub, is to bring those places together to understand each other's challenges and see whether they can learn from one another or enact different changes on the back of it, or share research to understand these things and how they affect them. I think with the impact of the pandemic, impact of cost of living, impact of Brexit and the trade, places are struggling to find out what happens next, and they're actually exhausted. And there's a role for all universities to help places get over that exhaustion and help them and hold them their hands through the next round of policy development.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges that I'm thinking about at the moment is, it kind of relates to the long-term, short-term point that I made, but so we're kind of setting ourselves up to be very demand-driven, very in tune with policymakers and kind of responding to their questions. But I think with that, there's a danger of that we'll be getting in the weeds with them, and we won't be able to kind of identify what the really game-changing interventions that might be made. So I'm trying to work out how can we do that, but also how can we pull together the academic evidence space in a way that identifies kind of the real priorities for the North East as we come into this devolution space, because we're working on these two kind of trajectories. Kind of local councils have got those more short-term questions, but the new mayoral combined authority feels that it's got a window to kind of do some of those bigger interventions. So I think for me, I'm sort of trying to work out how to kind of play in those two spaces at the moment and corral this new team that we've got to be able to kind of be as effective as possible, so that we're not just continually reinventing the wheel in local policy making, and we do stand a chance of kind of making some differences, because, you know, I'm sure we've all got kind of stats that we roll out, but if you look at some of the kind of headline stats for the North East, they're not the kind of top, we're not at the top of the list that you want to be at the top of, and they're not going in the right direction. So it's that old thing of kind of doing the same thing will lead you to the same place. And I think I'm interested in how an organisation like this and like the ones that we represent can really try and help local policy making to do some different things to create different outcomes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll be super quick so we can have some questions. Yeah.
And we'll invite questions from the audience.
I've got nothing new to add, but it won't stop me talking for 2 minutes. I just really want to pull out two that colleagues here have already observed. So Sarah Chater and colleagues from UCL and I had meetings with Welsh Government officials and policy advisors recently to say, hello, we're IPO now as well, what can we do for you? And the First Minister's Senior Special Advisor, in as much as you can on Teams, sort of sat us down and said, look, we're in a state of perma crisis. So we're facing multiple challenges which won't go away, and we're essentially simply firefighting. And by the way, we don't have any money to do the things that we know that we would want to do, which would be effective. So if you can help us with that, great. Local government is in a similar sort of place. 10 or 15 years ago, there were policy officers in local government. Some of you remember that. I knew who I could go and talk to. It's not clear now. So there are real capacity issues in policy and practice, which make it very difficult, I think, for us to engage and for them to engage. The answer, I suspect, is to give people a really good couple of hours away from the fires which they're permanently fighting, with a bit of headspace, with some really stimulating input. And if nothing else, it's a sort of therapy. But we always see, don't we, about how good CSAP is. Why is that? Because it creates that sort of opportunity over more than 2 hours. So I think the demand could be there, even in a state of permanent, multiple faceted crisis. What can we do? It would be really great if universities started to value the kind of work that we do. So there was a proper career structure for people who know how to span the boundary between research and policy and practice. I can afford to do it because I'm at the stage of career that I am. So my academic career has been on pause for 10 years. It may never get off pause. That doesn't matter very much, but I wouldn't have wanted to do that 30 years ago. And why should colleagues at that stage in their career? So I think it's within the gift of HEIs to take seriously remuneration, reward incentives and career progression for people who want to be in both worlds. And we haven't really cracked that yet.
Yes. Thank you so much. So now we are inviting questions from the audience. And just as a point here, we obviously Upen has, a committee on exactly this, on regional and devolved factors. And if you are interested in such discussions, please join this committee. I'm fortunate to be one of the chairs and please get in touch and we can discuss this in more detail.
Thank you, Chris from Nottingham. FTC, thank you for that point. My question specifically relates to devolved areas and particularly the politics around them. Because it strikes me that the terrain is still very much contested, and coming from the East Midlands where we've got the devolution deal, it's very, very clear. And I'm, as somebody who is encouraging academics to engage in policy, I get very nervous about encouraging them to engage at that level because, frankly, it can be a bit of a fun possess the same competing interests. And unlike at the national level where the politics are very large, it's all a matter of institutionally quite fixed. This is still, as I say, it's very much strained as emerging. So you've got a lot of competition going on, and you've kind of thrown your academics into something that they're not necessarily prepared for. So I wondered, from the perspective of those who are a bit more down the road in all of this, whether that strikes a chord. Is there anything that we can do to protect our academics to enter those kind of arenas?
Fabulous question.
Our solution was to do secondments, and I was on secondment for about 3 years to the combined authority. I wouldn't recommend it, partly because I was on part-time secondment, you end up doing 2 jobs in one space. But the benefit of it was understanding that and being able to manage their interaction from the other side. But I do think one of the real benefits of being an academic from a university and acting in that space is your independence. And I very much stuck with that even on Common, because it allows you to say things that policymakers might not hear from other quarters. And it also allows you to present conflicting evidence or a more balanced set of evidence. So I think the lesson learned there is holding your own as an academic with knowledge, and building again those trust relationships that people can trust that you're going to do that. Because they won't hear that from anywhere else. They won't hear it from consultants, and they won't hear it from their conflicting parties.
So yeah, Liz.
I mean, just to add to that, I think it is messy and it's hard to go into that space. But equally, I was just reflecting a bit on, so before I was in this world, I was more on the kind of policy lobbying influence side of things, working for Universities UK. And when it's messy, that's actually always when you have the greatest opportunity to influence, when everybody's running around and they don't know what direction to point in. So it's difficult, and I understand your concern about putting academics into that space, but actually there's a huge opportunity in the messiness and the uncertainty as well.
Thank you so much, both of you. Do you want to add something?
Very briefly. That's why we're quite careful to convene the interactions which the experts who we're collaborating with have with policy and practice. That's why we spend a lot of time scoping. So I would ask the question, what are the politics around this issue? What's the relationship between officials and ministers? Is there some conflict within the cabinet about it? So I want to be really brief about what's the backstory, and then I'd want to be able to tell the academics who we're working with what that backstory is. So I think being as politically aware as we can, whilst remaining completely non-partisan, independent, whatever that means, is the key. But it's not an easy thing to do. But I see it as part of our role, and probably your role as well, to help them navigate.
Thank you so much. We have one more question here from Alison.
Hi, yes, I'm Alison Clark. I'm Liz's team in South North East. And I just wanted to quickly follow up, Steve, with what you said last about how it would be great for universities to create this kind of career spanning structure for these hybrid careers. And not just from an entirely selfish point of view, this is an area that interests me as well. Is there anywhere in particular that people are taking the lead on this? Is this something that Upen has a strand on? Who do I to get more about this?
Yeah, I don't know the answer, so let's refer it to the crowd. Yeah.
I want to offer an answer on behalf of Neil from Durham, and another plug for a Upen subcommittee. So Neil Heckles is with Chris Hewson. There's been a lot of development around, a lot of talk in Upen around professional development and this hybrid, new, yes, messy, complex, agile role. And so I think the first thing to say is to join the discussion with Upen on the professional development of this work that we all do that we find difficult to name. And I think the second thing to say, from my point of view and the point of view I think of everybody on this panel, that there is not just the work that we would do, but there is the conceptual development that comes from the reflective practice on the work that we do. And I think it's incumbent on us through networks like Upen and the networks we have to continue to describe, to codify, to write about and to develop that practice so that we have, as Steve said, at WCPP, we have a primary research strand. It's not on net zero or on community wellbeing. It's on the practice of evidence into policy. And I think Liz described action research that's ongoing alongside the work that they deliver. And I think everyone said versions of that. So I think we need to talk more about all of what we're doing together and collaborate.
Yeah, thank you, that's really positive.
We have time for one more question, and I think I have one here from Hugh.
Very much. Yeah, it's more of a comment than a question, but maybe one you could comment yourselves on. It seems to me that you focus on career development, and it's of 3 different groups of people. It's of the knowledge mobilisers who are in this group. It's the policy specialists who we heard a bit about earlier, but I'm not here. And then it's the academics, which we've talked a fair bit about. So I wonder whether you think through your organisations, it would be possible to help to develop those frameworks for those 3 different groups. Because I know there's no money, but the country is in a bit of a mess.
Fair point. Who wants to have a go, Kaylee? Yeah, Liz. Very quick.
Yeah, I can quickly reflect on Upen. So I know that across the 12 universities, this is definitely something that they're interested in. And I think the priority at the moment is the academic framework, because at least there is a career framework there at the moment, whereas for us knowledge mobilisers, that we're, the starting point for that. So that's something we have to develop. But also recognising that we can't change that culture really just from the bottom up. We need the external voices to help us in that, and the senior leadership voices. So interestingly, within Upen, we have the leaders of the Yorkshire Councils embedded within the Upen structure. So in theory, they are very interested in this area. But just also reflecting in on the conversation with Jonathan Miles around the professionalisation of the policy profession, I think we really could do with joining up those conversations, because one of my questions then was, how do they recognise the work academics are doing into that? Because then we can pull that into evidence within our conversations with the university, say, look, they're recognising us for this kind of work, they see and value our importance and engagement, how can we better use systems for that and acknowledge and recognise the roles that we're actually carrying out for our normal daily jobs.
Thank you. So I was just going to say that the work that Alison is doing is focused on all of those audiences, but it's very much early days and work in progress. I think it's also interesting, kind of as we corral all this evidence and bring it together, just to think about how that pushes against the structures at kind of more senior level in universities, because I sort of think, I'm all for working cross systems. I think it's absolutely the way forward, but frequently the way that works is when people break the rules, because it doesn't work if they sit within the frameworks and the drivers of their individual organisations. So kind of leadership can help with that, but often in the case of roles like ours and organisations like ours, we're pushing up. And so kind of thinking about how we use that evidence base to do that, I think is really important too.
Do a very quick one. So as a serial rule breaker, the place where I have to break the rules, the place where we have to work hard with the university to secure career progression isn't actually at my age's stage or at early career stage. So I think it's in that middle career structure where it's really, we have no shortage at all of really excellent applicants at early career stage. The difficult conversations I have are with the research fellow or senior research fellow. They've been offered another job and I say, so what can we do? And they say, really nothing. I've been offered a salary 4 times what I know you can offer at the top of the university scale. What am I going to do about that? So if Upen's going to do something, I'd put in a personal plea for mid-career progression at that sort of senior lecturer reader level.
I think there are positive signs from the ref as well. I mean, maybe not on what salaries universities can offer, but certainly in terms of recognition of the role and the professionalisation and sort of claiming the space of the role, which, that's good to see. But if we don't have any other we have a burning question and we have a minute. I've been told by Laura we can go over slightly. We're just eating into our own coffee, I think.
Thank you. It's not a burning question, but it's just a plea for collaboration. So I'm Arlene Hook-Anderson from Durham University, and I am an academic, and I really...
You're in a safe space.
Thank you. It's really just to say that I think we're going to do so much stronger if we do this together. So something that I've been working on with the Arts and Humanities Subcommittee is to understand better what rewards, recognition, promotion and progression looks like in universities for academics who are doing engaged research and who in particular are doing policy engagement. And so I've got a few examples of universities that have 3 tracks: research, teaching, impact and engagement. And at these universities, you can go all the way from lecturer to professor just with impact and engagement. There are not many like that, but I do think that we need some sort of connected effort across the sector to understand better what's out there if we're going to be strategic in our move forward to help rule breakers like you and me and our colleagues to do this better. So watch this space. I'm speaking to various funders about getting money to do this properly. And yeah, I just really love to have cooperation from universities beyond those that I've spoken to so far.
Yes. Thanks very much. I don't know that there's, as you said, it's not necessarily an answer, but it's a good place to end, and thank our panel of collaborative, engaged knowledge mobilisers at local levels, changing the rules in policy making and in academic practice. So thanks to everybody.
Thank you so much. We now have a small 10-minute break, and then we're going to go straight into the parallel sessions. I'm going to put the parallel session organisers on the spot. I haven't got you before, sorry, but I just want to ask you to say a minute about what your parallel sessions are. But for reference, the one in this room is going to be parliamentary engagement with Sean and Sarah from the Post-Knowledge Change team. The one in Diary Prem room, which is downstairs, will be led by Steve Evans, and the one in Mary Sturridge's community engagement, which is led by Andy Mycott just at the back. If you haven't seen already from this morning's email, there's also a challenge of the day. So we have over 100 of CV universities and members on our website, and your challenge for today is try to list as many as you possibly can without looking at the website purely from memory. You can talk to them, you can see who is represented here to try and get some ideas, but we do have a prize for the person with the longest and most accurate list, so do get chatting to them. So I'm going to hand over to Carol in just a second, the photographer. But first, Stephen, can you quickly say a few words about the International Policy Engagement session?
Great, thanks very much. Good morning, it's still good morning. Just to say, the International Policy Engagement session, I'll be facilitating it. I think I've got that role because once upon a time in a previous life I used to work for the SCDO. The bad news is it's going to start off with an acronym quiz. So you'll need to be on the ball when it comes to acronyms. The good news is that it's going to be really an opportunity for you to break up into groups to discuss within your group a specific question, which I'll say a different question for each group, get a chance to come together at the end to share views on what we think collectively international policy engagement is all about from the perspective of Upen and its member institutions. So you'll be doing the work, I'll just be facilitating. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. And Andy at the back, if you want to shout.
I'll shout rather than but hold it to the audience turns with it. Many of you obviously big Coronation Street fans. Reg Holdsworth used to say that knowledge was power. Well, for many people within the communities, knowledge is often an issue of dispower. And what we're going to look at in the session is how within academic policy engagement we can look at knowledge brokering and the dissemination of knowledge to communities in different ways, so we can develop more interactive, mutually beneficial and more empowering knowledge communities. Okay?
And Siobhan.
Hi everyone, this is Sarah. We're from the UK Parliament. In our session, we were talking about how you can engage with parliamentarians. And today's sessions, there's also some networking, so a chance to just share what success looks like in terms of engaging with Parliament and policymakers, some of the challenges that you might have faced, and hopefully we can kind of look at those challenges and how our team and Logic Change Unit can support you in engaging with Parliament.
Thank you. Okay, so you have 5 minutes now. Please get a drink or to leave.
Thanks so much. Thanks for coming. We wrestled our way through. Yeah. It's also last minute. Yeah. Good job.
Sometimes
Thank you for stepping in, Kaylee. Oh, I'm not sitting.
we were
Sometimes, if you want to done, just come see us and lunch break, or you can sign up and for lunch.
I'm gonna. Yes, you've changed a lot, Hayley.
Nice to meet you, by the way. I've heard a lot about you.
Yeah, so Kaylee's the manager at Upen, and so I worked a lot with Kaylee, and obviously she was new to Upen. We were fairly new to Upen. And Kaylee also then set up Playback, you know, through Sarah and Upen, and now works in Market. So.
It's nice, isn't it? So.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
Kaylee's just generally very good and very switched on.
It's all good fun.
I think I'm trying to get your attention.
I just wanted to say hi because I just haven't seen you in person.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I heard your voice and I was like, oh, Kelly's back. Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah, it's good. So you just moved into this place?
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago.
Did you do anything else? How's it going? Okay, yeah, that's amazing.
I was like,
I'm doing the same thing, so I'm going to take a long because New Zealand, Bali and Malaysia, so I'm 5.5 weeks. And it's literally like the day after the fellowship. Oh, thank you. So we got legally married at the end of last year, and then the wedding is in August. So it's kind of smack bang in the middle of it, which is just hilarious. It's really like sudden. I think it's just because nobody thought we'd get it, and then we got it, and then it was like, we need to start next week. Yeah. And then it's really hard to do like really good co-production in like a really short period of time. So,
do you want to?
And my like that whole thing where they've got the kind of piece of instant steam fish down, but it stops the boiling. But it's quite
yeah, I mean, over I'm trying to see how I can sort of buy in and being a bit more clear about what we do. So various parts of the design. So, but, I think I might.
As well, because after
Don't forget those universities that are a little bit stuck in this space. They wouldn't have been at all. So, diversity and getting out of the usual suspects. However, at the same time, you're almost. Because they haven't got, you know, the critical mass of local government or other natural universities to work with. So,
I wonder if there's something potentially with CSAP because that's that kind of whether they're thinking of having a kind of outpost like fraud, but that can help you. Look at the damage that could be done by
Tell me about it. Entire sector.
I would attempt to go to some other university in Nottingham, like, and you stay up on the very hard. So there was kind of the hour we spent with them at Gotham, it wasn't any better. No. That's been known to be on that. Something's gone wrong. My parents said, there's something's gone wrong with getting me educated. You know it's bad, don't you? In either direction, you know. It's not working. Oh, it's a nice place to have I always get a little positive brag. You go up and just go get the free match. I get a dormitory situation. Do they like
For me, so much comes down.
They like us going and telling stories of it. So my mum had no interest in going. She liked us going. It's like a freeload. Yeah, and she was far enough out of the centre that crazy. Yeah.
You're academic, you know.
When we received so much money, exactly right. And I mean, you can get away with it. These real like it. And then traffic lights.
Where's ours? We could.
Yeah, like I would. Wow. You film Europe. I have. It's really good. And apparently Eurovision did now they would never have a big enough venue. But I like the fact that they've got some fiction. Yeah, it's relatively realistic. Yeah, no, it's brilliant.
Our next panel, we're talking about areas of research interest. That'll be about an hour, just under an hour. Then we have another panel straight after that on policy and support funding. And after that, we have our final.
There's a break and a networking session for 25 minutes just after the funding and before the CSA panel.
So it's all great. And Laura reminded me about the challenge, so please do that.
Yeah, does anyone have a list that they've got from the room? You don't want a prize, I guess.
That's the way to do it. So, without further ado, let me introduce Professor Annette Boas, who's chairing the next panel. Annette has more than 25 years' experience supporting areas of range of policy domains. She's part of the largest UK investments in open source landscape. Also, I first met Annette 20 years ago at ESRC in summer school, which you may have forgotten.
Oh, yeah.
Mary.
Yeah. Those are the days.
Yeah, it was my first kind of getting a toe into the water with policy engagement funding.
Never look back.
Never look back. So welcome, Annette.
Thank you. So slightly less than an hour, which works because we've got it timed to the minute. So that's going to be challenging. So welcome to this session. We are going to talk about the areas of research interest. As many of you know, Upen has been incredibly engaged with the areas of research interest right from the very start. Have been great colleagues to Catherine and I with the work we've been doing. Also done research on the areas of research interest and generally saw this very early on before anyone else potentially as an excellent mechanism for engaging between research policy and practice. So we got an hour to think about areas of research interest today, to hear from three different perspectives on how the ARIs are kind of useful, drawing on fellowship work, so another mechanism that interplays with the ARIs. So we're going to have some very short presentations to set us up for the discussion, and then we're going to move into a kind of on the sofa type, although that's been largely discredited as a method, on the sofa type scenario. And there's going to be opportunities to ask questions as well. We're going to cram all that into an hour, and Catherine's going to start us off.
Thanks. Right, so hello, lovely to see you all. Many faces very familiar and loads of people I don't know yet. I'm Catherine Oliver, and Annette and I have been working in the Government Office of Science since December 2019 to try and do something useful with the areas of research interest. As I'm sure you all know, they were proposed by Paul Ness in his review of the Research Councils back in either 14 or 15, I can never remember. where he basically said, if we're going to have more policy relevant research produced, we need government to say what it is they need to know. He called them statements of need. They sort of evolved into areas of research interest. And the basic thinking behind them was that if government departments said what they needed to know, what their priorities were, then there would ultimately be greater use of evidence. So we've discovered, it's a bit more complicated than that. And a lot of the work that we did initially for the first couple of years was working with departments to try and understand what the areas of research interest meant to them. So how they conceived of them, how they were produced by various processes within their departments, by their arm's length bodies, by different agencies. And we discovered that there's a huge variety in the strategic uses to which they're put, and their purposes for which they were produced are also very different. But they have evolved a lot in the time that we've been there. So if you look at them now, they're a very different set of documents. So they're no longer just sort of lists of topics. Now what you get is a very clear ask from government, they're very intentional about what they're asking different types of people to do and how to engage with it. They even sometimes have contact details. So we regard that as a real win. We've also been engaged in doing a lot of analysis of them. So trying to think about what it looks like when departments share interests and how they fit together. Surprise, surprise, lots of departments do have very overlapping portfolios, and the ARIs are a way to spot that and to galvanise activities join up. We've observed that of the now about 1,800 areas of research interest, probably well over 80% of them can be addressed by pre-existing evidence. So evidence synthesis is a task which we can really use to give government what it needs. And for the remaining 20%, often we can do a lot as well around knowledge exchange, around providing access to existing bodies of information and expertise. So there's a lot that we can do, and we're very happy to talk about that. That's what we've been doing for the last 3 years. And the final piece of the jigsaw puzzle is trying to understand how the ARIs are being picked up and used by different funding bodies. So UKRI and the research councils, but also others in the charity sector, for example. So trying to understand how all of these different bits of the jigsaw puzzle fit together has been consuming us, I think it's fair to say, day and night for the last 4 years. We've written a couple of blogs about what really hard work this is, and it's really hard work. We have to play a lot of different roles. It's been very performative in a lot of ways, and I mean that in a very, in all senses. So when I joined, I was a relatively junior, mid-career social scientist, and suddenly I was in a room with the government chief scientist, all of the chief scientists of course every department, the head of the research councils, and Mark Walpole, who was the head of UKRI at the time. And under those circumstances, you have to stand up and say something sensible. I'm not saying that was a challenge, but it's something that we learned to do. So we've written a couple of papers about how we understand these now. So they were originally, as I said, these very sort of straightforward documents. Here's a list of 10 bullet points FCO is interested in. Now what we see is that they play a variety of roles inside government, inside departments, even helping teams connect with each other and understand how their science system works across government, as I've said, but also across all these other boundaries, not just between government and academia, which is how they were originally conceived. We've been lately working with NIHR, who have been, they're one of the most applied funders that we have anyway. They're very used to the idea of thinking about responding to other people's knowledge priorities. And what we've discovered is that when we show them all of the ARIs that are about health across the whole of government, there's something like 10 departments that share interests in health and want to work together. Nearly all of the ARIs that we identified had funded research in the NIHR portfolio, which they could access and also questions. And also then it's possible to identify genuine gaps about which we don't know anything, but government wants to know. So it helped us to build a bit of a community of practice and explore some of the relationships around funding, which for lots of good reasons can often be quite difficult to understand. So as I said, ARIs today are these regularly updated government research priorities. We found that they're really helpful because nobody really hates them, so they can be a bit of a Trojan horse. It's not like anyone saying, okay, research councils, here's what you need to fund. What's actually happening is that they work at quite an operational level, so you can have very basic conversations about what are you doing about this project. What does this topic look like from your perspective? But actually, they've got these incredibly strategic potential, which can be put to use in lots of different ways. We find that they're sort of connecting with departmental science plans and systems. So it's been very aligned with the work that Patrick Vallance, as the previous GCSA, was interested in building science capability across the whole of government. Well, obviously, one way you can do that is to ask departments to talk more about the science that they need to have, and then we can help them access it. And obviously, potential for scrutiny of government research as well. These ARIs are supposed to be updated every year. Mostly, it's been about every other year. What that means is that you can track over time how government interests change, whether they're doing anything with their ARIs, what the gaps are, and so on. And so, a very interesting phenomenon. Looking forwards, the Government Office of Science is the body within government who owns the policy for areas of research interest. So it's their responsibility to keep that going, and they're committing to doing that. ESRC have been a phenomenal champion of this work, and not just by funding us, which thank you, but also really driving forward conversations across UKRI to try and understand how we can put money to the public service. And the ARIs are, I think, now becoming a mechanism to help us achieve that. Save the date, so the 7th of September, we're going to have a launch event for the new ARI database. So we often got a lot of complaints that they're actually not very accessible, and it was true. There were, multiple documents on gov.uk. They're now in one place. They're searchable by keyword, by database, by topic, by department, by date. And we are just finalising the connection between the ARI database, Gateway to Research, and some of the other research and policy databases. So soon it will be possible to put in an ARI, and then you will get a list of relevant research publications and grants. So I think we can all see huge problems with that, but also what an exciting game-changing step. So we're now doing a sort of final set of interviews to help us understand where we're at now compared to where we were 4 years ago. We'd love to talk to some of you, and we'll be in touch. Yes, and this is one of our projects from Transforming Evidence, and Annette and I run Transforming Evidence. You might have seen us doing our business shots, so just watch the space.
Thanks, Catherine. Rob, you're up next.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Rob Davies. I'm Head of Policy and Dialogue at CLOSER, which is the UK Partnership of Social and Biomedical Longitudinal Population Studies. We're based at the UCL Social Research Institute. But today, I'll be talking to you about my CAPE Policy Fellowship in the UK Parliament and the Senate between 2021 and 2023. But before we get on to that, we need to look back a little bit. So our story starts with the Liaison Committee's inquiry into the effectiveness and influence of the Select Committee system. Part of this inquiry looked at the use of research evidence, and you can see that one of the issues that it came up with was that academics, the research community, just simply weren't very well represented in terms of engaging with the scrutiny process. So the final report included several recommendations, and my read of this is kind of broadly encouraging select committees to be more strategic in their approach, come up with a strategy, a long-term strategy. And one of the ways the Liaison Committee suggested that could happen was the creation of documented and published areas of interest in the same way as government departments now do. However, something happened, global pandemic, and plans had to change. So the Knowledge Exchange Unit created the COVID-19 expert database, which eventually resulted in about 1,000 or so experts registered and engaging with Parliament. And after quite a bit of work, quite an extensive kind of programme of work, led to the development and publication of the first UK Parliament ARIs. So there were 20 ARIs, COVID-19 ARIs for the UK Parliament. So that's the backdrop of our story. I come on the scene in February 2021 as the CAPE Policy Fellow based in the Scrutiny Unit in the Select Committee team, or SCT for short, used to be called the Committee Office. And as you can see there, I've put the aims up. Basically, the aims were to kind of test ARIs to see if they're an effective mechanism, effective vehicle to engage with the research community, provide a bespoke channel for the research community to engage with the scrutiny process. And a key kind of driver of the ARIs, the committee ARIs, was diversifying the research evidence received. This kind of beyond the usual suspects was a real, kind of common theme, and they wanted a result through that. As you can see, 4 committee ARIs were trialled. It was 5 committees, including the first joint ARI, Violence Against Women and Girls, the Women and Equalities Committee and the Home Affairs Committee. We did a mix of kind of broad topics. We tried, as I say, in terms of, you can see in terms of the aims, tried kind of different formats, so very kind of broad topic, just one kind of question, and then others that followed the government department ARIs a little bit more closely, that kind of format, 5 kind of broad themes and then specific questions underneath all of them, each thing. And researchers were asked to respond via a survey to register their expertise and share their research insights, and research evidence and insights, and suggested scrutiny questions as well. So it made a difference. It helped these committees reach out beyond the usual suspects. And we got some major structural wins as well, achieved some major structural wins as well. So we got ARIs included in the SCT guidance manual as a useful and kind of effective vehicle. We created a dedicated ARIs hub to make it slightly easier for the research community to engage with these. And we secured funding for a dedicated ARIs pact based in Post. And Nikki is going to pick up the next chapter of that story in a minute or so. But my story continues. With a 1 day a week fellowship, again, supported by CAPE, funded by CAPE, in the Senate to support their pilot project. 2 committees trialled ARIs, the Climate Change, Environment and Infrastructure Committee. They had 3 ARIs, one on behaviour change in response to the climate change emergency, active travel and modal shift, and sustainable communities. And the Health and Social Care Committee had an ARI on health literacy. And as you can see, there were similar aims to the Select Committee pilot in UK Parliament. Again, that kind of driver beyond the usual suspects, diversifying evidence received. And as you can see, an even more impressive result as a vehicle to connect the research community and the scrutiny process. And we did a bit of an evaluation with committee staff and kind of a few others as well. And as you can see there, it's now seen as a useful tool in their scrutiny toolbox, and has led to some more exciting developments with Scottish Parliament, Scottish Government, London-wide ARIs as well, which perhaps we'll get onto in the chat. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Vicky.
Thank you. So I can carry on the story. I've had the great fortune to be doing this fellowship for the last year. So Rob and I did ours sequentially, unlike Annette and Catherine did theirs at the same time. But I built on great foundations to carry on this work. So Rob has pointed out some of the things about the Parliamentary and Select Committee ARIs. And I think one thing to say that's different is we have different timing challenges with Select Committee inquiries. So some of them, if they decided to use an area of research interest, might only stay open for a few months, which is a bit different from the government ones. But we are using a survey form, and that has been quite successful because that's taking less time for researchers to fill in than authoring a piece of written evidence. And so for some people, that seems to be what's encouraging newer researchers to engagement, to sort of enter in short answers to questions about where their research is and kind of getting themselves on a database for future contact. We have had feedback from some committees that it has helped identify oral witnesses at an early stage in the inquiry process, and they can ask quite open questions. So definitely the aim with the Select Committee ARIs has been to say, can we use these to scope out a broad field, perhaps broader than individual inquiries? We might have several inquiries that would fall under a broad theme, but what can we do by scoping the evidence that's already, the research that's already out there? They quite like the way that academics can indicate forthcoming research, so we can look at where that's a little bit of an indication, sort of pointing a little bit towards horizon scanning. The suggestions of scrutiny questions is quite fun as well, so actually kind of informing researchers that through this mechanism they can enter their ideas for scrutiny questions, and committee staff have said that they've gone through those sometimes when a minister is coming for a one-off session or something like that, and this is, these are evidence-based scrutiny questions. I've learned a lot about how areas of research interest in the parliamentary context can interact with other work. So the Parliamentary Office of Science and Technology does a periodic horizon scan. Certainly we're trying to get one ready for the next Parliament to flag up issues over the next 10 years or so that ought to be the subject of briefings now and some evidence synthesis now. So as that horizon scanning process takes place, which is going to have a sort of a wider mechanism this time round, we think that some of the things that get flagged up in that might inform areas of research interest. And also the areas of research interest don't have to now, I think, initiated only by a committee, but because you may have seen mentioned, those who were at the parliamentary session earlier, there are these thematic research leads, which there are in 3 subject areas in Parliament at the moment, supported by ESRC and also 3 days a week in Parliament, one in international affairs and defence, one on climate change and environment, and one on parliamentary affairs and constitution. And those have a kind of cluster of staff across them, and they themselves also might be a cluster that helps generate areas of research interest. So just to continue the story of one of the long-standing areas of research interest that Rob initiated, this is unusual amongst the other parliamentary committees, is the one on violence against women and girls. So it's a great opportunity for the Women and Equalities Committee and the Home Affairs Committee to come together. And they said this topic is so important for them and was such a wicked problem and requires sustained attention that it was never going to be the subject of just one inquiry. And so they liked the opportunity to build an academic repository, a database up of researchers doing relevant work across the country, and to put within that some questions that did relate to specific inquiries. So they had an inquiry about misogyny in music. They were looking at lyrics. They were looking at behaviour at festivals, behaviour at gigs, a whole sort of set of things like that. So they asked, and these are things that it's not immediately obvious where you'll find academics working on something relevant. They did an inquiry subsequent to this also on so-called honour-based abuse. So these 2 topics, and there was another one on attitudes to women and girls in educational settings and problems of harassment and misogyny there, they all formed part of the questions that were in this area of research interest, and some of them became subsequent inquiries and had been this sort of prior gathering of indication of which academics out there might be working on them. So that ended up, at the moment, that one's still open, and I've got a link at the end. And again, like 50% of respondents have never previously engaged with UK Parliament. And we did other work connected to that, including an academic roundtable. The other one that remains open is the Artificial Intelligence and Weapons Systems Committee. Interestingly, with the Lords, when we did areas of research interest with them, we thought we might have more time to do the area of research interest first and then inform the call for evidence. But I think in both cases, including the one Rob worked on, the actual area of research interest had a different, it was complementary to the call for evidence. So we got very good feedback from the one that Rob worked on with the Adult Social Care Committee, because there were some very data-focused questions. So they wanted to know and get sort of support from the academic community in accessing particular data on the role of unpaid carers. And then similarly with the Artificial Intelligence and Weapons Systems Committee, they've used the ARI to ask some even more focused technical questions alongside the call for evidence, and that one at the moment remains open. So they're a little bit tiny, but my link's on this page, but if you're interested, search select committee areas of research interest. They can be found through the post site. We have gathered them there together. Earlier in the day, you'll also, if you're at the parliamentary session, be promoted. If you're interested, sign up to the Knowledge Exchange Unit bulletin, which comes out weekly and has all committee inquiries as well as open areas of research interest, or follow us on Twitter. And as may have also been mentioned, there is a role for the next secondee to come and take on this role. It could be 2 days a week, it could be up 9 to 12 months. So the deadline is this Sunday. So if you're keen, have a chat with me. I know there's some ideas of people who might want to apply, but I would really recommend it. It's been such an interesting way of finding out where this mechanism fits in.
That's great, thank you. So the plan is we're going to spend 10-15 minutes in conversation, which allows me to ask my questions, which is good. And then there'll be an opportunity to ask any questions you have. So if there are things you'd like to ask, definitely hold on to them because we should have time to cover them. I guess one of the questions that immediately comes to mind is how ARIs might be different in these different settings, and particularly, as Rob mentioned, as we know, local authorities and regional sort of areas are thinking about their own areas of research interest. I wondered what each of you thought might be some of those differences we might tease out about ARIs as a mechanism for different kind of organisations, different levels of government.
I mean, one thing to say in particular is that they are explicitly possible in the government department point of view to inform a researcher who's putting in like a 3-year research grant proposal. I mean, it may be refreshed within the next year or two, the ARI from DEFRA or whatever, but it's sort of explicitly designed as kind of, if you're an environmental science researcher, you can check the DEFRA areas of research interest and you can sort of cite that and say, this is an indication that this department's interested in this. The parliamentary ones, you can sort of see, well, the committee inquiry might get done and dusted within the next 3 or 4 months. Doesn't mean to say that committee won't still exist and be doing things in that area, but they are a little bit harder to link to prospective research proposals in the Parliament context.
To funding.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think both Nikki and I have kind of experienced that there's completely different timescales. So, the ARIs that I've engaged, the government department ARIs that I've engaged with have been looking at kind of 3 years, short term, 5 years, medium term, 10 years, long term. Parliament just simply doesn't work like that. They're looking at a parliamentary session. So you're looking at much more kind of curtailed timescale in terms of their short, medium and kind of long term evidence needs. I think another point to make, particularly in terms of the development of the ARIs and why it's been, so essential for CAPE to fund these fellowships is the lack of resource in Parliament. So, Parliament doesn't have teams of economists, analysts, policy people, et cetera, et cetera. There's not a big, there isn't the equivalent of DWP or, Health and Social Care Committee. With some committees, you've got 2 people basically running the entire shop. And their capacity to kind of do anything beyond the kind of formal, the kind of formal inquiries, basically what they're expected to do is limited. And Annette's already mentioned as well, there is a desire, did pick up a little bit of a desire, particularly in the Lords, to start linking some funding to some of these, maybe not necessarily ARIs, but to some of these, and actually, Parliament kind of shifting to a more, actually, let's kind of work more closely with the research councils in a similar way to the government departments do, and attach some funding to these things, so to kind of drive it forward. Hopefully those conversations will continue, but it's definitely a challenge.
Yeah, I don't know really. I mean, it's funny. The reason I was smiling when you were talking is because often it's like 1 or 2 people in the government department who are tasked with doing it as well. I mean, when they work really well, they work because that person has gone around, usually with the sponsorship of someone senior, to the policy team, said, what's on your books, what are you thinking about, and then everybody's engaged in the process and they feel ownership of the process. But it's still just one person usually. It's usually often someone quite junior.
But it's the same as you had us as the drivers, but where do you go to talk? There isn't a policy team to talk to. You've got a clerk and you've got a specialist, basically, and that's the engagement. Yeah, that's the engagement that you have.
They're definitely different beasts. So I think so government departments they were required to do them, and which is different, obviously. So they had to produce these, and I think there was a bit of I think tick boxy is too unfair, but there was a feeling that there wasn't the capacity in departments to do this. This was an extra task on top of everything else they had to do. So that people really have been on a journey with it to understand how they can be helpful for teams inside government, and it sounds like that it's like that in Parliament as well now. What do you think?
It's an interesting issue, isn't it? I think it was 3 years into our fellowship where it suddenly became clear in my mind that there was a direct relationship between ARIs and the resource-strapped government departments in terms of getting research done. This was part of a solution to the problem of not having capacity to do lots of research in government. So that context is fundamental to the kind of work that we're doing on ARIs. I think interestingly, very early in our fellowships, we were called in to meet the select committees who were very interested in ARIs. It was a really positive afternoon. And one of the things that, just to show the kind of learning, is that we took back from that meeting was that actually select committees are much clearer about the ask that they put out into the community. And so we took that back to government departments to say, well, actually, you need to say who to contact, about your ARI, and if there is a timescale, put the timescale. So that kind of having that conversation with select committees about how they connected, because they were more focused and they did have a timeline. That was really helpful on the outside to know whether it was a kind of time limited opportunity and just who to contact. Those little things about communication that is so important.
Sorry, I was just going to say, it's interesting. It's one of the real challenges that I have, and I don't know if this has kind of continued into your fellowship, is this this real pushback from clerks and from kind of committee teams to say, because they're so focused, to say, well, we do terms of reference anyway. What's the difference between an ARI and terms of reference? And having to kind of keep on making the case. I think my first 3 months was literally doing a very intensive kind of roadshow with lots of different committees and the Lords as well to really kind of push the benefit, learning from your experience as well, and kind of the sessions that we've had, the odd chats here and there. But I don't know if that continues to be a challenge. Or I cracked it. I don't know.
It is different because it's not compulsory. So
right.
I think in the parliamentary context they are a tool and not for every situation. So and it may be in the timing of a parliament that it may be at the beginning of the next session you get committees and some new chairs and so on, and they might be. So the encouragement, as you said, from the liaison committee report, that committees would come up with a strategy and think about what they want to achieve over several years. That may have moments in the parliamentary life cycle when they're more likely to do that. So, and I don't want it to be, this is the tool for all committees at all times. It's when they see a particular need.
Yeah. Well, that was the great thing about getting it into the guidance manual, that it was in the section of beyond... beyond written and oral evidence. So there's this, one of the other challenges that I had particularly was what I call, the Erskine May factor of people, quoting Erskine May to me and saying we just simply can't accept anything that comes through the ARI as formal evidence. However, though, it's in the same kind of bag as committee visits, surveys, things like that. So as Nikki says, the pitch was and the push was, this is a tool in your scrutiny toolbox, which is best used really kind of at the beginning of a session, to kind of help kind of scope out inquiries and to help kind of really kind of get the committees to kind of understand and focus on what they want. And to get their knowledge up as well. So when they come to the oral evidence sessions, they're an engaged and informed, set of parliamentarians that can really, kind of get into the meat instead of asking these very kind of basic kind of questions of what is an ombudsman, for example. Anyway, sorry.
Very basic. So I'm going to move us on to sort of diversity and inclusion in academic policy engagement, because one thing that could happen with the ARIs is they could just bring the same old people, not to dismiss the same old people, but giving more opportunities, more access to the same people to more opportunities. And I think, Nikki, you already mentioned that potentially the ARIs can be used more creatively than that to opportunities for more people to engage and different people.
Yeah, we do have a certain amount of monitoring the career stage of the people who are coming back to us and the geographic diversity, and that's certainly been welcomed by the parliamentarians. They were saying, I haven't seen evidence before from this university, my constituency or something, that we somehow kind of got the message that this was appropriate for early career researchers, and people who might not feel that they were going to themselves write a 3,000-word written submission. The decision was taken not to include the questions on protected characteristics alongside, but there could be further research on that. So definitely we're doing something on career stage and on geography, and I don't know that we've yet cracked other diversity measures.
Yeah, so we went a step further with the Senate Committee ARIs and had a very extensive survey kind of on top of that, which people really engaged with, unlike the ones did in Parliament. But I think just to build on Nikki's comments, I think the kind of informal low burden kind of nature of ARIs has resulted in lots more early career researchers. Although surprising as well, some senior profs responding who said they've never ever in their entire career engaged with Parliament. But just to add, Nikki's mentioned that, I mentioned the survey, and Nikki's kind of gone into detail with the survey. I think one of the beauties about the work that we've done with the Parliamentary Committee ARIs is the survey, and is being able to kind of ask the question, have you engaged with Parliament before? Where did you hear about it? Being able to kind of assess, which means are effective. Is the Upen newsletter effective? Et cetera, is the, select committee's kind of social media account effective? So it's not just the research, the academics, the research evidence, expertise, insights. It's this kind of extra dimension, which, as you say, is really, really benefit, particularly with the MPs. So, one of the earlier ones that I did, the specialist, the clerk and specialist would say, oh, definitely put down, where these universities are, because that's in their constituency and they'll be really pleased. And it's kind of, trying to, kind of linking it up with, what the elected members kind of like to see as well.
Thanks, Rob. So I think what we've found that perhaps we were a bit surprised by is there's such an appetite in government for diverse conversations, and they don't, maybe that's just our prejudice, right? My prejudice, I should say. Maybe that's, they don't mean in terms of protected characteristics, although that's important. What we've heard is we want to hear from a lot of different disciplines. We want to hear how different people approach this problem. We want to hear from people who've got very different perspectives and ways of thinking. So, I guess the theory behind the protected characteristics is if you get diversity in that set, you'll get diversity in the other, thought sense. But we've certainly found that that's what people want in government in terms of their engagement with academics and experts. And what we hear when we talk to academics is that a lot of different people do want to do it, and it's great. Early career researchers are getting more involved, and we've had that experience too. But there's a sort of weird bottleneck in the middle around resources, and I think someone mentioned that this morning around lots of support for early career researchers, lots of costs, nothing in the middle. And we did a big knowledge mobilisation exercise during COVID to support all departments thinking about their medium to long term COVID recovery. Which we called Rebuilding Resilient Britain. Sorry if that's triggering for anyone, and thank you for all of you. So we engaged with about 250 academics from across the country, all different career stages. And when we sent out the recruitment emails, we explicitly said we want people from different backgrounds. Like we encourage you to think about reaching out to people who are going to be appropriate for this, regardless of where they're from or what their career stage is. We just want a list of people who are going to do the job, basically. And lots of, I have to say, Upen did the best. So you guys were absolutely amazing. We got 900 names back from you lot about, here's the different people from my university who are working on this, who can talk about this. It was an incredibly big job to pull that list together. So for everybody who was involved in doing that, thank you. We went through it really carefully, well, Annette did, really carefully, and checked them against every single theme and tried to reach out to, a much more diverse set of people than otherwise we would have. We also asked, national academies and various other people, and I'm not going to tell you who it was, but one of the organisations we approached sent us back a list of people, all of whom had titles. Right? So they weren't just senior profs, they were senior profs with knighthoods and OBEs and things. So the bottleneck is real, it's institutional, it operates at lots of different levels, and we all have a responsibility to bake EDI thinking into every step of the knowledge mobilisation process. That's what we've learned.
And some of that for us meant things like having calls with people to build their confidence that they really could contribute.
We really did mean you.
Yeah. Yes. Some female academics brought somebody with them so they could share out the time responsibility. So that is a different way of thinking to the please come along to our glamorous meeting in Parliament, isn't it? So,
between 6 and 9.
Yes. Okay. Has anybody got a question they would like to ask, or a reflection on using the ARIs yourselves in your setting? Kieran.
Yeah, so it's a hard question.
Wouldn't expect anything less, Kieran.
So I'm doing some work on looking at the possibility of embedding ARIs with our local authorities through a health determinants research collaboration. What advice would you give from your learning at that level to embedding at a local authority, where you could argue the resources are even more worryingly sound?
Yeah, I mean, and one of the things we've encountered is quite a lot of fear from government departments that if they put their areas of research interest out there, they need to put a budget behind it, and that budget is not coming. But one of the things that, as Catherine mentioned, that we've found so strongly is that there is existing evidence to mobilise around most of the questions people want to know. And maybe we're a bit disingenuous about that as a research community, but actually people can have answers relatively quickly from the existing evidence base. I don't know.
Well, it's sort of in terms of weeks rather than, years. They don't have to be cited in new funding proposals. That's not necessary. One thing I would say, so if you look at the old Bayes ones, they're divided into three. It's here's stuff we want to commission, here's stuff that we are interested in as new research, but we don't have any money for, and here's stuff we're doing internally. Something like that is actually very helpful for a reader. It's like, here's the ask, and then DFE's one is quite different. It's here's stuff, we're doing other research. We're not going to tell you about that, but here's the research that we want to talk to you about. We've got this stuff covered. So they're just really clear about what they're doing with them. We have always found that they're best if they're not reflections of the research community's interest, right? So I think this is another difference between the parliamentary ones and the government
ones.
The COVID ones, yeah. And the government ones is that if you get a researcher in, and certainly some of the very early experiences we had around ARI engagement was often we got the feedback that these are not good research questions. These are badly written research questions, and departments need to be told how to write better ones. That's not what they're for. What they are for, someone recently described them to Annette as an invitation to a party. She quite like. I'm not quite sure it's that fun in government at the moment, but there's certainly an invitation to conversation. And I think it's just important to remember that there's lots of different ways you can respond to that invitation, and they're all, often it's going to be about, here's stuff we know already.
My advice would be call it a pilot, test it, in terms of context. Keep it small. I think, try and I appreciate this is hard, try and kind of curtail your ambitions. You're not going to be able to do all of it. And I think with the Senedd, the Sened's pretty, compared to UK Parliament, Sened's pretty small. And it was, saying actually, if we just trial two, 4 different kind of topics and see how it goes. So I think keep it small. And I think just to, emphasise one of Catherine's point of being very clear what the aims are, in terms of what kind of Catherine said. So that would be my advice. But call it a pilot.
Nikki?
No, not that.
And they're very different in different settings. So one of the things that struck us first about the Parliament ARIs is it does allow you to explore issues like violence against women, which aren't picked up by any government department. So they've got that power, but they're different in those different settings. Somebody had a question at the back.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much. Thank you. And it's a slightly naive question, to be honest, but I work for a modern university that's starting to professionalise or formalise its policy engagement. And ARIs are really useful, but we've been talking a lot today about the bread and butter of this stuff being relationship building. And it's very hard to build that relationship if there's no contact details. And I know you've kind of joked about that, but I was just asking if you have any sort of tips about those ways in, because if we're trying to empower researchers to use these things, it's not even so much about getting a foot in the door as knowing where the door is. And I just wondered if you had any sort of best practice to share about that.
I mean, we've certainly seen government departments go out with their ARIs to build those relationships in the community. And that, I think, has been an interesting, they've seen it as important to build relationships around the topic areas as well. And they typically now, you will get a contact detail, information in the ARI. So that's something that departments have addressed. So that's not such a problem anymore. But actually, we do know the relational work is really important, but departments see that too. And they want to have those relationships.
They do. It's not about everyone having a relationship necessarily. And I think this is something that Upen can really help with. Back at the very early phase of the pandemic, you probably remember Research England was just gushing money everywhere. QRSPF funding, do you remember? And some of the departments that we were working with were being contacted daily by multiple universities saying, we need to do an ARI workshop with you before the end of March. This is like February, right? That's not helpful. It doesn't help government departments access the evidence that they need. It doesn't diversify the evidence base because it's the richer universities who are proposing these workshops, right? What is helpful is using the ARIs as a guide to your engagement activities and being strategic about it. Not every university necessarily needs to go and do a workshop, but you can probably think carefully about who else is interested in this, what else is going on in this space, what other initiatives are ongoing that perhaps we could collaborate with or join together. This is something that the National Academies are very good at, is convening and thinking across the landscape and sort of pulling together different strands of work into, right, this is we're going to do a piece of work. It's going to last 6 months. We're going to do 3 roundtables, and then we're going to produce a report on vulnerable communities, or whatever it might be. It's about relationships, but it's not. That doesn't just mean having a contact book. That means having the sort of connection where you actually know what's needed.
I guess. Sorry, if you don't mind. I guess one of the things I wanted to do and did with the parliamentary ARIs was to provide different routes. So you can just register. So researchers can just register their expertise. They don't and suggest scrutiny questions or evidence gaps or what have you. They don't necessarily have to have a piece of research kind of ready to go. Nikki mentioned the point about the questions we have about future research as well, which have been really useful. So in a sense, I think with the parliamentary ARIs, they do actually act as a door, because the committee staff do look at it. They look at who's responded, what their expertise is, and you've been finding, I think, with the Borg one, they're using these lists for violence against women and girls.
Oh, think about the AI.
No. Sorry. They're using these lists to choose kind of oral evidence witnesses. I think it's also worth saying is I drove forward and kind of developed the pilot stage, which was 2021 to 2022. Nikki's just kind of coming to the end of hers. So the parliamentary the committee ARIs are only a couple of years old. The first government ARI was the 2017 department, what is now called the Department for Health and Social Care. They added the social care back on again afterwards. I would say kind of let's see what happens in some years' time with the parliamentary ARIs and kind of how they develop.
Last question. Oh, sorry, there's 2 of you. I'm going to try and get both in. So.
So I'm looking here at the government's ARIs list, and within the past year, 2 departments have published or updated their ARIs. And this, I know, this has put off some academics in the past. They look at the department, they might be interested. Last time they published an ARI or updated was 2017. Through your work, Catherine, do you feel that you had any success with encouraging them to update more regularly or agree to some guidance or principles that they're all going to do now?
Did you take the questions?
Yeah, Mark, did you want to ask your question as well?
Yeah, sure. My shout. Actually, similar, related question. So Mark Benester, University of Lincoln, more for Nikki and Rob, but on a kind of similar theme in terms of sustainability of ARIs in Parliament. Clerks change, committees change, chairs change, governments even change. And how have you done any work on how these may be sustainable then over a period of time, particularly if they're related to inquiries that may, there may be a new inquiry or whatever, and yet you've built up this expertise. I wonder, because from our side, it'd be really interesting to see how you don't have to do this process again and again. Thanks.
Catherine, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. That is a lovely question. It gives me a chance to talk about how amazing we've been. Yes, I do feel I've had a lot of success. So it's true that not all of them have updated every year. I don't think that's realistic. And I think the expectation inside government now is it's going to be every other year. The last 18 months, I think it's fair to say there's been some confusion at the top of government that has hindered ministerial sign-off. I'm sure I don't need to go into any more detail than that. Many departments do ministerial sign-off. But the process is ongoing, and the ARIs, they're mostly there for every department, even if they're not in the public domain. They've served their internal purpose. So for us, that's a win, because they're not just signals to the research community. The other thing I'd say is we have the ARI guidance now in place, so all departments now have access to central pot of tips, toolkits, etc. in Government Office of Science about how to write these well, how to make them useful documents, all that sort of stuff. But the main indicator of success, I think, for us, thinking with our civil service hats on, is the ARI Officials Network. So this is a government-only network. They meet every month. They share, good practice with each other. They share tips. They have discussions about, I can't get my minister to sign this off. Has anyone got any tips? Stuff like that. It's very informal, but it works incredibly well. They know each other. And now they say things to, so at the beginning it was sort of, oh, come along because we've been asked nicely. And people were incredibly generous with their time. But there wasn't an awful lot of exchange. And now what happens is, the DSIP person will say, and we've just a flag, we've got this event on, whatever it might be, net zero. And so, 3 hands will go up immediately. And they'll say, oh, can I come? Can we have an invitation to that from our department? We're doing something similar. And they're using it to, create links across governments. So that's obviously really exciting. I was going to say something else, but I don't know what it was.
I guess the other thing is that government research interests don't change that much over time.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not, if they're as good from 2017, they're not going to change dramatically.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So the only other thing I was going to add is that we now get requests from lots of other bodies to join the ARI Visuals Network. So the National Crime Agency has recently joined. You've got the Metropolitan Police are doing some ARIs. We've got, the CPS for some reason done some ARIs. But, all these new bodies are joining all the time. And their ARIs serve different strategic purposes. And so they can learn from each other. And you can see them picking up ideas from each other, like, oh, you used it to talk to your, you use it to talk to Treasury about how to get more money. Right. Interesting. And so, yeah, I do feel like we've had a good effect.
And then just quickly on Mark's question, it's a good question. It's clerks, committee specialists, etc. change. I think this is now embedded as a tool amongst others in their guidance of ways of working. So, but I don't think they need to redo them. People who've entered their details for the Violence Against Women and Girls one, that's I think standard privacy notices will be kept for 7 years, really longer if they then continue some engagement. So there is something about building up a repository. Also, this community is growing in Parliament of having a community around the climate and environment. There's a library specialist, post specialist, and a thematic research lead. So I'm hoping that some of the stakeholder kind of thinking and engagement will continue with that. And ARIs will be one tool amongst others that I think will get used, not by all committees at all times.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I just think in terms of the kind of the support for the parliamentary RIs, I think that's definitely, we've got that to a sustainable level. I think it does depend on the committees, basically. So the Women and Equalities Committee embraced the liaison committee's recommendations and ticked all of those boxes. I think if more committees did that, then it would be a far more kind of strategic approach, and there wouldn't necessarily be the need to kind of refresh them all the time. I think we've kind of mentioned, builds on a point that Catherine made, that the ARIs are starting to connect committees together. So you don't have one committee doing one inquiry and you have to respond to that, and then another committee 6 months later doing a kind of similar-ish inquiry. So trying to kind of use them as a vehicle to kind of connect as well. And ultimately, I think, and this is what I and kind of others are pushing for, would like to see cross-parliaments ARI. So UK Parliament working with the Senedd, working with ScotPar, working with Northern Ireland as well, and actually developing these kind of long-term kind of strategic, documents, strategic kind of themes that like climate change, for example, like these, the classic kind of wicked problems. So we don't have to, as knowledge mobilisers or researchers, have to engage with all these different, kind of people. There is kind of one kind of vehicle that they can, can engage with.
Okay, so massive thank you to our panel, but also take an opportunity to thank Upen for all the work it's done to support the use of ARIs, and particularly Kaylee, who we should mention in person for all the hard work she did to bring together kind of ARIs for government work. So thank you, everybody, and thank you to our panel.
Thank you so much to all of the panel. So we have a short 5-minute break now, and we'll be back for the policy.
Very nice to together. Thank you. That was good. Very good.
Thank you.
Very good for you. Stick a picture and you've got your message for us.
So our next panel is policy engagement support funding. So I'll hand over to Chris to introduce the panel at the end.
Good afternoon. In this panel, we thought we'd give you as much time for questions as possible. So our three panelists are going to give a very short presentation with a few follow-ups, and then we'll throw it straight out to the floor. So in no particular order, we have James Canton, the Deputy Director of Public and Policy Engagement at the ESRC. We have Sarah Cowan, the Head of Policy Higher Education at the British Academy. And we have Ian Stanton, Head of Public Policy, Security and Rights at the AHRC. And we thought we'd do the presentations in that order. Brilliant, James.
First of all, thank you for inviting me to speak today. I was also at the Upen conference last year, and this has provided me with a really great personal opportunity to think about where ESRC has come in that last year and where we are going next. So at last year's conference, I talked about ESRC's strategic approach to public policy, how we're facilitating impact, and I talked about the connective infrastructure that we are trying to build, and that we're trying to build relationships, durable, long-lasting relationships between research and policy at all levels, Whitehall, devolved, local and regional. And to deliver this strategy over the last year, we have been launching various calls. So I thought I'd talk you through a few of those calls, especially where I see there to be opportunity over the next few years for those schemes to expand. So firstly, we have our policy fellowship scheme, where we embed researchers into the heart of government departments to work, for example, on areas of research interest questions. We're now collaborating with over 20 government departments from Whitehall and the devolved nations. And earlier this year, we launched a call for 49 fellowship opportunities, and that is with AHRC and BBSRC involvement as well. So I see there to be future opportunity for us to expand these type of secondment schemes in the future. The demand from policy organisations really did outstrip our ability to respond as a research council. So I see we could bring on a broader range of policy organisations and potentially a broader range of disciplines as well within that. You will have heard in earlier sessions about the parliamentary thematic research lead scheme with Parliament, embedding new scientific advisor-like roles within Parliament. That's a pilot. We're exploring what next. And you would have heard a session earlier today. We hope to make announcements around that around December in this year. We are also soon to announce collaborations with Parliament and capacity for knowledge exchange in those parliaments, and that's targeting knowledge exchange professionals for roles within those parliaments. We've also launched schemes that target local, regional and devolved policymakers. So our LPIP scheme, for example, which we've heard about today, that aims to strengthen the local use of evidence, research and expertise. That is also a pilot, and I'm hoping that's something that could expand in future years as well. Hot off the press, last week we announced a call for a policy talent accelerator network to facilitate policymakers engaging with researchers and universities as part of their professional development. So our policy fellowship scheme really did focus on moving researchers into government. This scheme, in contrast, focuses on moving civil servants, public servants from their departments into universities for the reverse exchange. There are some really excellent examples of this already going on in the sector. So, for example, earlier today, we've already heard about the work of CSAT, we've heard about the work of CAPE, but through our engagement, we've also identified that there are some significant gaps. So we've specified objectives around strengthening the current offer from the sector, but diversifying that. And we also want that network to really coordinate all of the activity that's going on in the sector in this space to provide a really easy access point for government departments, for local authorities, for devolved administrations to access that type of work and that type of offer. I'll now say a bit more about where I see the opportunities over the next few years. So the first thing to say is when I engage with government departments, I'm seeing really clear interest and demand for interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approaches. Government departments really do want to get expertise from a broad range of disciplines. So given that, I've been exploring with all the other research councils and UKRI stakeholders, what might we do to bring other disciplines, other research councils into those type of schemes that I've just talked through. For example, creating a UKRI-wide policy fellowship scheme. And it helps that UKRI does have a strategy which aims to strengthen partnerships between academia and policy as one of its objectives. So in those discussions with the research councils, I've identified 3 areas that we are going to start exploring: strengthening UKRI's offer for policymakers firstly, making it thoroughly interdisciplinary, and developing commonly shared schemes, such as the UKRI Policy Fellowship Scheme. We're going to look at and explore ways to provide more policy-specific training to UKRI-funded researchers and researchers more broadly, so they can better communicate their research to policymakers, for example. And thirdly, we're looking to upskill UKRI staff to better include policy considerations in a broader range of our calls. The second area that I've started to explore, thinking about the next spending review, is in evidence synthesis. So in the session before this one, we heard that around 80% of government areas of research interest can be addressed through pre-existing evidence. So there really is a great wealth of evidence that exists in the system that can be used to tackle national, global and local challenges. However, I'm aware that there are some challenges around evidence synthesis. For example, we don't necessarily have the infrastructure, especially in the social sciences, to produce evidence synthesis at scale. And I also see there to be some opportunities coming up as well. So there have been recent advances in living evidence synthesis. There might be applications with new technologies coming through, like artificial intelligence. And I also think there are opportunities to improve evidence synthesis and pull in a much broader range, different types of evidence, from quantitative to qualitative to case studies to international best practice. And the key question for me in all of that is, how do we better link that evidence synthesis up to government areas of research interest? I'll finish there, but really interested to hear any thoughts you have on where the gaps might be. Thanks, James. Sarah.
Great, thank you. So I suppose coming off the back of James's kind of intro just then, the Academy, for those of you who don't know, is the National Academy for Humanities and Social Sciences, and we're in quite a different place and play a slightly different role than either AHRC or ESRC, partly because if you go back 5 years, 6 years, we didn't actually have a united policy function within the Academy. So there's been a huge amount of change that's gone on over the last 5 years or so, both in terms of expanding our numbers and changing the way that we work. And actually that's reflected in the strategy we've just released, part of which is about how we open up the Academy. And if anyone's ever been to our building in London, you will know that we are quite literally an ivory tower that sits amongst some other very nice ivory towers. And so there's a big job for the Academy about how we open up those doors, both metaphorically and physically. So we're doing a big piece of building transformation at the moment so that we can literally be a home for our disciplines and be able to welcome people in, including policymakers. And that's an area that we've seen a lot of growth in recent years, both in terms of our existing relationships with our funder. So we are funded by DSIT, Public Science, Innovation and Technology, but also with DFEs. You might expect my role is around higher education, then more broadly with DCMS, with the Cabinet Office, with Treasury, really trying to to grow our networks, because the other half of that coin is demonstrating the reach of our disciplines as well across government and across different areas of research interest. So there's a few ways that we focus on doing that. So if I think about the funding side first, I am the head of policy, as was mentioned, so I don't actually have anything to do with our direct funding programs, which gets me off the hook immediately when people ask me if I can give them a small research grant. But essentially, we have two ways at the moment that we're thinking about policy engagement with our research funding. One is a new scheme that we have just released. Last year was the first year, called our Policy Innovation Fellowships, of which there are two ways that we're working with researchers and policy makers on those. One is what we call our researcher-led route. So it's all about a researcher coming to us with an identified partner who they want to work with, demonstrating where their research fits into that, the engagement that it will have, the impact that it will have, and then when they're successful, there's an award there. The second is working with partners that we've identified. So our last round was with the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, with ONS, Office of National Statistics, and with DCMS, and they were on themes like levelling up, the counting of R&D, on strategic strength and strategic priorities for the UK, and then we're opening those up to researchers who, from any discipline within social science and humanities, to demonstrate how their research best fits those. And we're seeing some really interesting partnerships between disciplines that maybe you wouldn't naturally marry with some of those research areas, but are being really fruitful. So that's one of our funding schemes that's focused on this. The second is one that is actually being run out of our policy team, which is called Shape, Involve and Engage, and has literally just launched 3 weeks ago and closes at the end of this month, which looks across 4 of our what we call our policy themes. Please ask me to name them, I won't be able to. They're around things like governance, trust and voice, sustainability, kind of quite broad overarching themes. And they offer smaller amounts of money. So I think it's about £20,000. And it's about how researchers can work with GLAM organisations, so galleries, libraries, museums, art galleries, things like that, to demonstrate policy engagement and have impact. So it's quite a different flavour from our innovation fellowships, but kind of no less important. And then the third and final one is our more ad hoc work through our policy teams in particular, which actually can have really big impact. So we first really trialled this in 2020 when we got asked by Patrick Vallance if we could very quickly in 6 months tell the government what the societal impacts of COVID were going to be. And you can imagine that was a really busy 6 months. But we were able to, the first thing we did was push out emails to all of our 1,400 academic fellows, to all of our funded researchers, to all of our early career researchers and say, across different areas, if you have research that you think we need to get in front of policymakers, please tell us. And we had a great job of trying to synthesize all of that and produce a report, but it was a really great really great demonstration of how quickly our disciplines can mobilize and show impact for their policy engagement for their research. So that's something that we've then been able to repeat quite a few times since then, as comes up. So we're doing work on things like subject choice for 16-year-olds, the use of languages across the whole of the UK research base, big pieces of work on REF and things like that, which are open to academics to kind of tell us that I've got relevant research in this, and this is how I think it's relevant to policymakers. So it's kind of 3 very different approaches that we're currently taking in terms of policy engagement, but all, I think, symbolic of the direction that the Academy is headed in.
Thank you, Sarah. On to Ian.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess at HRC, we are, as you might expect, in a similar place to ESRC, although perhaps less developed in our thinking and where our strategy is. I recently did some mapping of where our policy investments are. And we kind of identified a number of buckets where you can put things. There are things like the fellowship scheme, which James has mentioned, where you're putting somebody directly into a policy setting. There are kind of big investments that look to directly impact on policy. So there's Creative Industries Policy Enablement Centre. We can't do that for every remit area. We'd love to, but we can't. But then there are also things where we're working with government on a particular challenge. We do a lot with DCMS and their R&D programme. Whether that counts as policy, I think, is an interesting argument to make, because actually on that level, they're almost just a co-funder. It's a really interesting and valuable relationship, but it's not the same as a policy fellowship. We also do training. So we work with the Institute for Government for a number of years. That's been really, and there are other people in this room who can talk much more about that. Trying to equip the community to do this more. So I think we're keen to do all of this and do more of it. And as I said, we're working on the fellowship scheme. We're doing more around these kind of large centres. I think it's worth recognising that often these centres have devolved funding. So it's not just us doing specific policy funding, but equipping others to fund others to do policy engagement, which enables it to be a bit more reactive. But again, it is very remit focused in that regard. I guess it's worth saying that responsive mode is still there. You can apply to do policy work through responsive mode. I recognise that there are some barriers to that we need to work on, and actually be useful to get people's experience of doing that. But a considerable amount of our budget goes through responsive mode, and one of my kind of aims over the short to medium term is to try and figure out how we can encourage people to embed policy impact in their responsive mode applications for every just standard research grant, in the same way that we try and do that for public engagement or commercialisation, any of these kind of alternative impact categories. So there's that. I think there's also some work that we're doing around just encouraging existing researchers to respond to parliamentary inquiries. Actually, sometimes we just hear that people don't think it's for them, and it really is. And it's almost a kind of PR job for us to encourage people to do that. The other thing that's cropped up very recently, which I think is worth having a discussion about at some point, is we've talked a lot about how academics and Whitehall interact. It was pointed out recently that an awful lot of policy development happens in the private sector or in the third sector. Where we haven't quite got to yet is what would it mean to fund somebody to work with Facebook, for example. You know, all these companies have heads of policy. My thinking isn't quite there on that yet, but I think it's something worth pursuing and thinking about how we as a community could do that. Again, if you want to do that through a standard research grant, go ahead. I'll stop there and hope that's been useful and interesting and prompted a few thoughts. But yeah, that was slightly rambling, but there you go.
Thanks, Ian. I mean, one of the things that's come through this conversation is a sense that we're still slightly reactive. We're reacting to a changing environment and trying to work out how to organise schemes and processes around that. I wonder if you could say a little bit more about sort of some of the more proactive things you're doing around supporting the next generation of researchers to be in a better position than their current mid-career, senior career peers, and maybe talk more generally about some of the barriers you're having in terms of rolling some of these schemes out. With particular reference, I think something that you talked about, Jane, the conversations you're having with other bits of the research funding firmaments, where people might be doing very similar things within maybe similar different funding councils, different disciplinary areas, and how all that's brought together. So a sort of question about bringing all this stuff together, a question about supporting the next generation, and a question there about sort of proactivity.
Happy to kick off. So I'll start on the training the next generation of researchers. So from an ESRC perspective, we see training as absolutely crucial when we're thinking about policy engagement and impact. So we have reviewed our PhD schemes, for example. We've looked at our postdoctoral offering, and within those, for example, in our PhD scheme, we are making policy engagement and impact training essential, and we are trying to open up opportunities for all PhD students to have an opportunity to embed in a policy-making organisation, whether that be a government department or a local authority or a third sector organisation, for example. So that is one new thing that we are looking at and doing. We are also looking at our postdoc programmes as well. So we worked with Seeley Associates, for example, on our recent postdoc programme. We brought in, 2 years ago, we brought in the Department for Levelling Up to set a policy challenge, to engage with all of the postdoc researchers, get them thinking about the types of skills they need to work with policymakers. And this year we had the Welsh Government join the scheme. So we're thinking very carefully about that upcoming generation, but we have also recently started thinking about the academic leaders as well and the PIs, for example. What can we do for that group of people to upskill them in this policy engagement and impact space? More broadly than that, and Ian might say something on this, we are looking across UKRI. Where can we join up to provide training to our researchers across disciplines in policy engagement and impact? So that's an area of upcoming work.
I mean, yeah, so obviously I mentioned that we do training, which is focused on kind of early career researchers. Although it's interesting conversations earlier today that the gap seems to be in mid-career. So actually that's something we possibly need to think about. And again, like ESRC, there is the strand through the doctoral training that those opportunities are there. I think one of the big things actually is we talk about it more as research councils, as we show that we value it more and that the opportunities are there. Again, I think there's a PR piece here around just making it known that these opportunities are there, that the standard academic career track can include these things. Again, noting the conversations earlier today about reward and recognition within academia, which we have limited control over. But if we're doing it more as research councils, then hopefully universities will take notice of that. and therefore encourage it throughout the kind of life course.
That's interesting because obviously the Academy doesn't do any direct training. And I mean, one of the biggest issues that we're having at the moment more broadly is just the sustainability of our subjects, full stop, let alone kind of an early career stage. And anyone who's been following kind of university closure news today will see that there's another department that's going at UEA. I think a set of departments that are facing huge redundancy. So we have kind of a big fight that we're doing on that side. And then with our early career researchers, because the two aren't distinct, one of the things that we've been doing, so I mentioned the innovation fellowships, that is aimed at early career, mid-career researchers, and we're finding very similar things, that mid-career seems to be becoming increasingly squeezed, the precarity that has always existed at early career is extending into mid-career, and people struggling with that. So I think that's something that, we need to be thinking about what kind of mid-career support looks like.
Thank you. Should I address your question from an ESRC angle about the barriers that we're facing? So I had a few thoughts on that. So if you'd have asked me a few years ago about barriers for this type of work, I'd have probably said the barriers around the mobility of people, there's possibly a lack of connective infrastructure, and there's definitely a lack of absorptive capacity in government. I'd say those are all still barriers, but hopefully some of them, for example, the mobility of people, we are starting to address as a funding community. And it's great to see that there is so much more activity in this space. So I see one barrier now is perhaps around how do we coordinate all of that activity so it's more than the sum of its parts. That's one potential barrier and challenge that we need to look at. The other is when I'm thinking about cross-UKRI work, I'm thinking about how do we bring other disciplines along with us to engage with policy, think about policy impact. I do wonder whether there's going to be demand from those communities for this type of work. So it'd be really interesting to hear any reflections the audience has on that. Is there going to be interest from other scientific communities in this type of work? And also actually around capability. Is capability likely to be an issue when you're dealing with other disciplines? My perception is that social scientists, economists tend to grapple with policy issues on a day-to-day basis, and that might not be the case for other disciplines. So I'd be really interested to hear any thoughts on capability as well from the audience.
I wonder if you have any thoughts, and any of the panel, on the new REF guidance talking about academic submissions, outputs can be generated by people who were not on traditional research careers, and how that might help answer some of those issues.
I haven't seen that guidance. That's great to hear. I mean, I think that's an incredibly important area, and certainly in ESRC calls, I try and emphasise we expect to see a team around the particular call that draws on both academics, but also those knowledge exchange professionals, and really integrates those into something that can deliver that impact. So it's great to hear that's been recognised in REF.
Any comments?
I mean, as always with REF guidance, the devil is in the detail, and I believe that's going to be consulted on. The idea of that REF submissions can come from outside of university. The question is going to be what level of connection I think the researcher has to have to the community. So we've seen some rumours around it being sort of 0.2 FTE as a proxy for what would kind of count as a connection, a substantial connection to a university. Whether that is just kind of rumour or not. I think it will entirely depend on what we're talking about in terms of connection.
I guess again, I've not seen the guidance, so can't comment fully, but we have done a lot of work around non-traditional career paths within the arts and humanities, which is really important. And I think the more that we can do to encourage that and bring in those different perspectives, I mean, there's been a lot of conversation today about diversity and inclusion. And I think that's one of the key routes of doing that, is bringing in people who aren't kind of that strict academic career track in. I think that's, if we can do that, that'd be really good.
Yeah. So, any questions from, there we go, straight away. Rob over there. Can you say who you are, and also say if you're addressing your question to a particular panelist or the panel in general?
No problem. Rob Davies from UCL. Just on the REF, I think just read Chris's tweet, it's very common up there, and that'll give you a nice little intro into it. It was a question, well, it was something that Jane said about the upskilling of researchers. And I think, as you know, absolutely welcome the efforts that SRC and kind of others have made to link up researchers with kind of departments and others. I just wonder though, in terms of the kind of practical skills, kind of knowledge mobilisation practical skills, so how to synthesise evidence, how to write for non-academic audiences, writing blogs, writing infographics, these really kind of practical skills we find often kind of early career researchers and other researchers who don't actually have. What are there any kind of plans to take advantage, I guess, units like Closer that has specialists in public affairs, specialist communications people, along with researchers as well, who can kind of provide a holistic internship or fellowship. So not just linking researchers up with within the kind of wider research community, but also teaching them some really kind of practical skills that will help them mobilise their research that they may not necessarily have at the moment, but will have later on in their career.
I think that was aimed at you first, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, good point, Rob. And we are in the SRC really thinking at the moment about how we can take advantage of the types of investment that you just mentioned, so Closer, but broader than that, how can we take advantage of, for example, policy fellows and all of the skills and the knowledge that they have built over the last 18 months and really use that in our broader training packages. So how can we draw on that experience in our PhD offer, for example? How can we draw it in our postdoc offer? So it is something that we are really actively thinking at the moment, and we are also considering how can we better embed policy considerations in our broader calls as well. So how might we, if we're setting up a new call around behavioural science, let's say, how do we encourage the bidders to build policy engagement functions into that call so that they're building the capability as well? And how might they then draw on those other capabilities that you just talked through? So it's an active area of work. I can't give you a definitive answer at the moment, but
it's great to hear. Positive, thank you.
Any reflections?
Well, it's slightly different. We have an early career research network, which we set up 2 years ago, which kind of the tagline of it has always been it's sort of by ECRs for ECRs. So it's very driven by the demands that we're hearing from within our sector as to what they would like. Largely, actually, the demand has been for things like how to write a good grant proposal, how to network, where to find support within my university, all these sorts of things. I think we were expecting it to be more around, what are my other career options? How do I engage with policymakers and things like that? And there has been some appetite. We ran a conference a few weeks ago now with one of our innovation policy fellows who's in the room, and Upen, on what does good policy engagement look like for early career researchers. But it's been interesting how many of the kind of academic fundamentals have been where they've been looking for training first, I think.
I guess just a very brief reflection. So I think utilising previous cohorts is something that we're looking at doing. I'm always slightly nervous of offering up examples of good practice because then people think that's the only way it can be done. And so I think that there's a balance to be struck between, look, here are some great examples. Here are some really great people you can talk to about how things can be done. But there might be a different way of doing it, and almost you have to kind of just try it and find out. I don't think we've necessarily got the balance quite right at the moment. And yeah, I mean, we need to do some more thinking around that. But yeah.
Any more questions? Kieran over there.
Hi, Kieran Nichols from Teesside University. So I was quite interested in the previous panel about hearing sort of 80% of the evidence is out there and conflicting that with reports from Joseph Roundtree that say we need radical new solutions to solve some of the biggest policy challenges of today, climate change, poverty, etc. So I suppose my question is, what might you be doing in terms of provoking and challenging policy as opposed to just responding to it as well through your funding schemes? And I've got half an eye, and you can blame UKRI comms team for this, of a moonshot call that's just come out about some more, I suppose, exciting views of doing it. So I don't know if you just have any thoughts on that more radical approach to policy change as opposed to a responsive approach to engagement.
You go first.
I'm happy to go first.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's really interesting actually, because I think that's what that's our approach has been for the last few years. And we're starting to really see it come to fruition in the reaction of other organisations, I think, when we do a piece of work. So for a lot of people, the British Academy is kind of the odd one out of the national academies. The other three, Royal Society, Royal Academy of Engineering, and the medics, are you can kind of put in one bucket and the academy in the other. And so it's been really interesting as we've made really good progress with our policy work, and suddenly we're having really central conversations around, well, what's the role of social sciences in tackling net zero? Or we did a lot of work on vaccine, for example, around COVID, the COVID report itself. Work we're currently doing a big piece of work for CST, the Prime Minister's Council for Science and Technology, on science, trust and policy making. And, as always happens in the policy world, there's always a little bit of grumbling of, well, why did you get that and we didn't get it and everything else. But it's really interesting, I think, sometimes for a discipline to be able to say, well, why shouldn't we be at the centre of this argument? Rather than, please, can we be included? Why can't we start here? We'll own it, and then let's see what interesting things come out of it, and we can still work collaboratively. But it doesn't need to be the case that, yes, if it's about science, it needs to go to this kind of body or this kind of academic or anything else. There is an element of, if you can get your foot in the door, someone used an analogy earlier, if the door's open, if you can get your foot in the door of being able to own that place, sometimes that can have as much impact, I think, in then being able to get the work done and kind of get that ball rolling.
So I may have misunderstood the question. I think that there's a delicate line UKRI treads in terms of shaping policy. We are an arm's length body, and we need to be conscious of that in terms of we do not lobby. That is not our role. We can equip the people we fund to do that through funding them to do research. I guess we do lobby for more funding for research. If there's a policy challenge that we do lobby on, it's that. And that's kind of allowed. But yeah, I think we just need to be really careful on that front. And I think we've taken it to be more like, well, we'll equip people to do it. And we'll fund particular important policy challenges like modern slavery or, the creative industries. Actually, the creative industry sector vision came out last week. An awful lot of AHRC research in there that is going to impact policy. And we've been engaged in that, but treading the line very carefully.
Just a few thoughts from me. So when I talk with policymakers, I do really get the feeling that they want challenge on the whole. And not all policymakers do, but most policymakers want that challenge. They want that radical thinking. Recently, a policymaker said to me, I really see academia as an incubator of fresh thinking ideas and challenge, and how can we draw on that? I mean, ESRC has a number of approaches to support that. Our policy fellowships is one example, where we're doing research into government departments. We also have other non-funding routes. So, for example, we collaborate with the policy profession and the government analytical function. And we run a series we call Actionable Insights seminars. And we've been doing that now for about 2 years. We've had around 4,000 civil servants from across Whitehall and devolved nations, and some local government attendees as well, come to those. And that's a chance for us to put ESRC, UKRI researchers in front of policymakers, present their research and say what they think the solutions might be given that evidence. So that's one thing that we're currently doing. As an extension of that, we had started to explore with the policy profession. They've got a good oversight of who in government is working on a white paper, who's working on particular policy issues. Might we start supporting the policy profession, run red teaming sessions or challenge sessions around particular white paper areas, for example? So that's another area that we could explore. And really good point you made about 80% of evidence is out there, but then juxtapose that with the fact that we quite often need radical solutions for things like net zero. According to government, there are many solutions out there for net zero, but actually we can't quite get to net zero where we are now. So we need to develop new things and test and trial new things. So we have been supporting schemes. We've launched recently a scheme we're calling the Trial Accelerator Fund to support government and researchers trialling and testing new interventions. That's just one example. And I'm aware that someone mentioned earlier that academics look at the past and they provide evidence on what has happened. Actually, I think academics can provide a lot of evidence around what if. What are the scenarios that we need to be thinking about, and what's the evidence behind those? So I think that could be another area of work that ESRC explores in the future. What if? What can we do? How can we get social scientists input into scenario planning and forecasting and things like that?
So on that, has the pandemic changed the way that funding councils think about these things? Particularly, obviously, we've got the SHAPE focus panel here, both in terms of how academics are approaching looking into the future, plotting their research out, and how research funders are thinking about, letting those radical voices in, shall we say?
Yeah, interesting question.
Well, so I think pandemic is the point I was going to make was, you look at something like COVID. When you're looking for radical solutions to COVID, you might not automatically think of the arts and humanities. But actually, we found there was a whole wealth of research from A&H community that offered some really useful insights into how you can tackle COVID. And so I think, getting a diversity of disciplines in a room actually, I think, is the first step in that. And I think we've seen that off the back of COVID is a bigger push for interdisciplinarity and true interdisciplinarity, rather than just saying, oh, we've got a geneticist and a plant scientist, therefore that we're interdisciplinary. So I think that's been kind of one of the big things that's come out of it. I mean, UKRI has its strategic themes, which I think are forward-looking, and they are drawing on advice from the community on what the next big challenges will be. So I think, that would be kind of my sense of where the forward look is happening.
Any more comments on that?
I was going to make a very similar comment to Ian about the UKRI strategic themes. So we've got 5 strategic themes that look at issues such as tackling infections, global security and resilience, creating opportunities. That's all about reducing regional disparities. And the way we came up with those themes, we worked closely with stakeholders across government, but also the research sectors, think about what are the next big challenges coming down the path, and how can we address those as a funder. So that's where the strategic themes came from. And I think they're roughly 75 million per strategic theme over roughly an 8-year period, from memory.
Anything to add to that?
It's slightly different, I suppose, but I mentioned earlier about there being 4 policy themes that we work under. And please don't ask, I said please ask me to name them, and they're now trickling back into my brain. But they're all future focused, actually. So one of our themes is where we live next, which is very funnily built off of a program we used to do called Where We Live Now. But thinking about actually what does a 10-minute neighbourhood look like, or what does a good digital society look like, or actually a lot of the learnings from it came off of the health inequalities work we did off the back of COVID, and using arts and humanities and social science expertise to understand actually the root cause of the impact of COVID, those long-term systematic inequalities that exist within society, so many of which are tackled by creative arts, access to green spaces, connections within your community and things like that. So we actually do a lot of future-focused work, and we don't have any difficulty in engaging academics to do that.
The 5-minute sign's been flashed up, so if we could take maybe 2 very, very quick questions, and we'll deal with those together. If anybody has any questions? One here.
So close, an early tea break. I've lost my voice, haven't I was going to ask about this 80% of the research we need, or there's a lot of research out there that's potentially really useful, and there's also a real drive for future innovation. But I think part of the problem is that neither of those things amount to policy solutions without something quite alchemical happening in the middle. And I just wondered what you collectively think about the infrastructure we need to actually mobilise evidence into policy. And I know you all do think about that, so I'm kind of feeding you, I think, an opportunity to talk positively about that architecture and potentially you.
Any other questions before we Keeping you from coughing. Okay, let's go for that. Who wants to go first?
I start. I guess there's two kinds. So one kind of very physical kind of infrastructure that we have found invaluable is PermSecs and CSAs, because they don't change as much as ministers, which makes a big difference in being able to have policy impact. So I think there's been a real lesson learned for us about the kind of maybe the kind of slightly less visible people within policy who have huge impact and know their brief so well, and that's been invaluable to us in being able to kind of have really good conversations and get messaging across that then has real impact. The second, I don't know if you call it infrastructure, but I was thinking about it off the back of the question earlier about being radical, is language and evidence choice. So what's happened a lot for us as we've cycled through kind of a lot of different policy, government changes, parliamentary changes in the last few years, has been, a new minister comes in and we get the memo down that says this minister likes data. Next one, this minister likes stories. Next one, this. And so kind of having to constantly be on top of the way we talk about academic research or the academic research that we fund in a way that will actually land with somebody, because you only get those 30 seconds max for them to remember it later on in the day. We've kind of really seen a difference in that. And part of that is about who says it as well. So for quite a long time, if I give you an example, the Academy has been talking about the amount of R&D that happens in the UK in the services sector, particularly in the creative industries, by social science, humanities and arts professionals. It's been an ongoing battle that we kind of haven't necessarily made huge headway with. We managed to get Netflix in front of I mentioned the Prime Minister's Council for Science and Technology earlier, managed to get Netflix in front of them to talk about the exact same thing. And suddenly, it was, well, if Netflix says it, then, this is a big global brand, it's a powerhouse of the UK. If Netflix is saying it, we should really be listening. And that's had a huge impact, actually. They're now running a project on R&D in the creative science, in creative industries. So sometimes, as frustrating as it can be for us, we just have to accept that our job isn't necessarily to kind of have the win or to make the change, but it's just about kind of constantly trying things from different angles and different bits of infrastructure.
Any further comments on that?
I think there is something in there about other policy partners, that it's not just universities and Whitehall. And I mentioned the private sector, but third sector as well. Again, where there's slightly less change, and organisations which do lobby. I think there's probably something there where, as we expand our definition of research and research partners, there was a conversation earlier about equitable partnerships. I think as we do more of that, and I think obviously Upen has a role in that in terms of who Upen brings into that tent. I think that's where you'll see a shift in how much change you can make.
I'd just say, I think you're completely right. Research doesn't always translate itself. It doesn't always translate itself into those actual insights, actual solutions that policymakers are looking for. That's why I think it's so important to have knowledge exchange professionals, organisations like Upen working with the researchers, supporting them, thinking about, okay, what does this actually mean for policymakers, and how can we connect that to the right people, whether it be in government or local authorities. And when I think about the infrastructure that's currently in place, I see that there are knowledge brokers in government, Go Science, for example. You've got the analytical professions like the government social research profession, government economic service. There are then the brokers that exist in the academic sector, Upen, for example, CAPE, IPO. Heard about all of those today. And then you have brokers in the funding sector as well, like ESRC, AHRC, BA. I think when you bring those brokers together, I think that's when the magic can really happen, when you've got people who really understand the detailed policy questions, you've got the people who understand the research, and you've got the people who've got the funding to try and bring that together.
Thanks, James. So I'll bring this panel to an end. I think there's some very positive messages there around sort of networks and the further integration of networks, as James has just highlighted. The value of foresight and the use of more research evidence in thinking about what foresight means, and skilling. And I think the skilling at various levels of the sector, we're seeing definite moves and definite improvements. So if you could thank the panel in the usual manner, we'll bring it up.
We now have a 25-minute networking break. So please do get coffees so there's some pastry stuff and school academy. And as an update to the challenge as well, we do have someone named Alison who has managed to make 17 fancy, so we'll come back at 4:15, so 25 minutes from now, at the CSA time.
Thanks.
Cecily then have to turn on the microphone. It's very exciting. Thank you to all of you who have stuck with us throughout the day. I know I'm feeling a little bit tired, but luckily for you, we have a really brilliant panel coming in. So I'm going to briefly introduce Sarah Sharples and Russell Viner. We're going to kick off with a couple of questions to get the conversation going. But as I said this morning, I know you're tired, I know it's hot outside, but this is your opportunity to ask whatever you've always wanted to ask a Chief Scientific Advisor. So please think of your questions, think about what you've heard today so far, and they are primed and willing and ready to answer anything. I hope. So Sarah Sharples is the Chief Scientific Advisor for the Department for Transport, the DFT. She's also a Professor of Human Factors in the Faculty of Engineering at the University of Nottingham. And if we run out of questions, I might actually ask you what that means. She was also Pro Vice Chancellor for Equality, Diversity and Inclusion in People from 2018 to 2021. Her research has looked at transport, manufacturing, healthcare, and she currently leads the EPSRC Connected Everything Network Plus, which is definitely a better name for Upen that we should have tried to steal. She is also the founder and co-director of the EPSRC Horizon Centre for Doctoral Training. And was president of the Chartered Institute of Ergonomics and Human Factors from 2015 to 2016. Russell is the Chief Scientific Advisor, I think hereon referred to as CSA, to save us all a little bit of oxygen, for the Department for Education in England, a role he has held since relatively recently only, since the beginning of the year. He also holds a personal chair in adolescent health at University College London. His research focuses on the health of children and young people, including global analyses of social determinants of health to mental health intervention trials in schools. He was a member of SAGE during the COVID-19 pandemic, elected president of the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health 2018 to 21. Oh, and was awarded, I didn't even know this, sorry, a CVE in the 2022 New Year's Honours for services to child and adolescent health. So we're going to kick off by asking Sarah and Russell to each give us a sense of a day in the life of a Chief Scientific Advisor from their perspective, which I think we might find is quite different. So I'm going to come to Sarah first.
Thank you, and it's really lovely to speak to you all today. So the first thing is there's no such thing as a typical day in the life, but I do tend to wear comfortable shoes, so I find myself walking between either home and the railway station and DFT in other parts of London. In Birmingham, we've got a DFT office, so I've come along today. So I spend a lot of time on the train, and the other Chief Scientific Advisors take the mickey out of me for it constantly, because I am obviously living the transport dream. But there are a number of different things that make up a typical day. Sometimes I do almost what you might imagine a Chief Scientific Advisor to do, which is speak to a minister, speak to senior colleagues around the department, imparting wise scientific advice. I would say that's about 5% of my job. And the vast majority is much more a convening, coordinating, and collaborative activity. So if I just think about things I either did last week or I'm doing this week, I might chair a group of experts looking at a particular challenge that we might be looking at within the department. I might be supporting some policy colleagues in a meeting with ministers to give a particular scientific perspective on an issue that's a little bit tricky. And both of those are things, those specific examples are things that are quite sensitive and that therefore it's really important we've got a strong evidence base within. I go along to EXCO, so I'm a member of the executive committee of the department, and that's really important because it means not only that issues around science and engineering feed into the wider discussions of the department, but actually that I, as a leader, am seen as part of that collective responsibility for the department. And you've heard about my previous role being Pro Vice Chancellor. That's quite important, as well as being an expert in human factors, which is about how we take into account people in a complex system interacting with technology and with wider systems. I also am lead of the government science and engineering profession. One of my favourite meetings that I have in a typical day is meeting with the fast streamers, so the early career individuals who are coming through the civil service who are focused on science and engineering And we've set up something where they talk about the particular projects they're working on. So that might be science input into our Jet Zero strategy, or work that's helping with the transition to electric vehicles. And then I do a lot of mentorship as well. And I've got a brilliant team, so I'd say at least once a day, I meet either with my deputy or with individuals who are working on particular activities around the department. My days are full of meetings, and I do my emails before and at the end of the day. And I do have a private office that help me manage all the different juggling capabilities that come your way as a chief scientific advisor.
Thanks, Sarah. So I'm very new to this. I recognise a lot of the things you're saying, but I think I've spent a lot of my time just meeting people within the Department for Education, telling them what a CSA is and does, and actually just building relationships. Because I work in a department that previously had a civil servant who was Director of Analysis, who was also had the title of CSA. So I'm the first to be an independent scientist seconded into government. So it's quite a lot of convincing to get the hearts and minds. I very much recognise what you say. Lots of times putting on a suit, waiting for a minister to appear, and they don't appear, and you think, I didn't need to wear the suit today. So there's quite a lot of that. Keeping a tie at work. Yeah. So I'm 5 months into my job, and I've certainly spent the first 5 months really learning about my department, to understand it, to try and to meet as many people as I could to really try and start that process of culture change. Sarah talked about having the CSA on the executive committee, the leadership team, and that's really key. That's a regular part of my month, I would say. And that means lots of meetings looking at workforce and finance and things which are not particularly interesting for a CSA, but actually everything needs to be, because you've got every chance to really put science in that. And I have a lot else to add. But for me, it's very much juggling. So I'm 3 days a week. So it's juggling my clinics with my academic work that I'm still doing with my life. So juggle. And trying to juggle two calendars and 2 email systems that cannot be merged. Cannot.
Yeah. So there's only one thing that I think both of us should have mentioned and we both forgot, which is the favourite meeting of the week, which is Wednesday at 8 o'clock in the morning, is what's called a brown bag breakfast. And this is where all of the chief scientific advisors across government meet, usually online. Apparently in the old days there was actually a breakfast, but that's long gone now, thank goodness. And we have, I have to say, the most efficient meeting I've ever been involved in, where we usually get through 2 agenda items. I always manage to speak if I need to speak. Everyone is extremely disciplined in how they behave during that meeting and are very, very sharp and to the point. And we manage to have a bit of a round table. We hear from the government chief scientific advisor, Dame Angela McLean. And we usually, if you get there about 2 minutes early, you get to have a little bit of chat with the other chief scientific advisors as well. Working with the other chief scientific advisors is a genuine joy. I think the one defining characteristic of all chief scientific advisors across government is they're really lovely, and they're just really good company, very hardworking, but a really nice and supportive bunch.
Absolutely. It's definitely the best part of my week.
Oh, they're on a roll now. So that was really positive. Asking you to maybe be a bit less positive, other than finding a tie, clearly the last profession that still needs to think about that, or the comfy trainers. What are some of the current challenges and frustrations that you are experiencing in your job?
I'll go first. You can go first on some of us. I'm sitting here as I don't want to hold the microphone. Now it's interesting. Sometimes things take an inordinate amount of time. And I speak as an ex-pro vice-chancellor of the university, where I thought things took a long time in the university. Sometimes things are very quick. So, I mean, literally, new departments appear overnight, and organisational redesigns happen ridiculously quickly within government. But getting a purchase order raised, or all those sorts of things that we're quite familiar with in the university sector do sometimes take a long time. Sometimes there are an awful lot of people to consult, and of course the role of a chief scientific advisor is we have very little, if any, decision-making power. We are influencers and advisors. And sometimes I do just think, oh, it's bleeding obvious what the right answer is. Can we not just make a decision? But it is so important to bring people with you. And if I think about the different strands and topics that I'm working on, there's one topic, actually something looking at transport safety, which is a really complex, really detailed topic, involves many, many organisations. And we're doing really well, but it's taken 18 months to do a piece of work. And it's right that it's taken 18 months because we needed to bring everyone with us in that discussion. Where there are other things where we can make decisions and move much more quickly. For example, a lot of the work on artificial intelligence, we're having to move quickly. In fact, we're having to run to keep up with the sector because there's so much going on. So I would say that probably the biggest frustration is sometimes when it takes a long time and there are lots and lots of people to consult.
The biggest challenges. And also thinking, what can I say safely?
It's a safe space.
Of course, always. So when I first started at DFE, it was my first ever job in the civil service. It was like moving to a foreign country where I didn't speak the language. The natives were friendly, I mean, hugely friendly, but it was bewildering, absolutely bewildering. And I think that challenge persists. The endless acronyms I don't understand, the endless systems that are different that I don't know about. And the learning curve is just vertical. And after 5 months continues to be pretty vertical. So that's a challenge. The heavily politicized nature of much of what we do in DFE, I think, is complex. If you look at the papers over, and this is not telling any secrets, but if you just read any of the papers over the last 5 days, they will be full of issues around teachers, what is taught in schools, particularly for quite contested subjects, which is highly, politically charged. There is industrial action. There's a huge amount of stuff. The education unions are very passionate. There's a whole lot of issues about the educational state, the amount of money going into education, because we've all been through education. Everybody has an opinion, and many people have children. And actually, it's something that actually is so much in the public eye that much of what would appear to be easily open to science is not necessarily that simple. I think I've managed to get through that without saying anything controversial. The nature of science itself was an interesting challenge when I first started the department. I think the department is a department which has a strong tradition of social science and analysis, economics, particularly as part of that, but also of the social sciences. But actually to think about what science meant. And there was a tendency, so I have a small science team that was developed during COVID. And there was a sense that we do social science and science is over there. And it's like, hang on, no. Science is the whole of science. It's the social sciences and the natural sciences. They're indivisible. It is about the use and production of evidence, asking empirical questions and developing evidence in relatively systematic ways. And actually trying to unify that has been a huge challenge, but it's a challenge I continually come up against. Because, of course, the CSA's role is not in the things only the department does. So I'm not an educationalist. I come from a health background. I do lots of research in schools. I know a lot about children and young people's lives. But everything from asbestos and RAC, reinforced aerosol concrete, transport to school, all the way through, obviously through all of the things you might think DFE does, through to mental health and health in schools, through to AI. All of that is the remit of the CSA.
Thank you both very much, and thank you for being candid. I think it's so interesting just to understand a bit more about what you're currently grappling with. I wanted to get a little bit more into the nuts and bolts, I suppose, about how you actually go about identifying, engaging with evidence, because there's obviously your own fields of expertise, but then there's everything else that you also need to be aware of. And just thinking a lot of us here would self-identify, I suppose, as knowledge mobilisers or knowledge brokers, which is something I also see in the role of the CSA. So your reflections on that sort of practice, of the art and practice of doing that from within government as well. Do you want to go first?
You go.
I'm very fortunate that we've got a Science Advisory Council within the Department of Transport. So as I mentioned, I'm a professor in human factors, so I know quite a lot about transport. I know about transport control, I know about technologies. I'm not an expert in chemistry and some of the critical underpinning science and engineering that's required for the energy transition that is absolutely essential to the work that the department's doing around decarbonisation and around air quality. So I was delighted when we recruited for our chair of our Science Advisory Council, someone called Professor Ali Lewis from the University of New York applied. I'd never met him before. He was already working with DEFRA in an advisory role. And one of the things that really sort of appealed to me about his application and when he was interviewed was his knowledge was completely different to mine. And it's proved to be extremely valuable because actually the focus of the department's work on air quality, for example, particularly looking at particulate emissions from vehicles and things like that, has been really important. So the first thing is knowing who the experts are, who know the things that you don't necessarily know about. No longer is the Chief Scientific Advisor seen as the walking Wikipedia of the department, thank goodness. And so having those experts around you is really important. The second thing is engaging with, and something I've done deliberately in DFT, is I've engaged with consortia. I've actually lost count of how many universities there are in the UK, but there are too many for me to know exactly where all of the transport relevant expertise is in every single university. So I found really valuable the consortia that have built up around rail, around maritime, around aviation. There's some around smart mobility, some of the AI networks. And I will then be quite demanding of those network leads and say, look, I might be contacting you, but actually I want you to represent all of the universities that are doing research in this space. My previous role when I was a researcher was I ran networks like this, so I know that it's completely reasonable to be that demanding. And I think that that's extremely important. And then the third thing is helping the scientists and the engineers, and I similarly use science in very much a global sense, communicate their research in a way that is accessible to policymakers. And that's really hard, and it's something I'm definitely still learning, because it's not about dumbing down, it's not about oversimplification. In fact, oversimplification will really frustrate ministers and policymakers because they'll think you're concealing something of the detail. But both senior officials and ministers are extremely time poor. So being clear and to the point about any way in which you're representing science and engineering is really important. And the final thing that's extremely important when communicating science and engineering is grappling with uncertainty. Politicians hate uncertainty. They would much rather we present a point estimate. And actually, one of the things that I've been pretty fierce about within the department is giving colleagues the confidence to communicate uncertainty, because they feel, oh golly, the minister wants an exact answer, we should give them an exact answer. But actually, if the exact answer doesn't exist, it's inappropriate and even irresponsible to present something as more exact than it actually is. And so sometimes, and I have got a beautiful photo of me and Patrick Valance wearing hard hats. So if I'm doing a presentation, I'll say I have to wear my CSA hard hat sometimes to give an uncomfortable message either to policymakers or to ministers.
Thanks, Sarah. And I absolutely share the point about uncertainty. And uncertainty also means changing your mind, which again, for politicians and civil servants, can feel absolutely the wrong thing to do. So in DFE, I think we are in the process of building the structures. So CSAs are responsible for getting the ARIs out. There was the ARI really interesting session before. And hoping, because the last DFE ARIs came out in 2018, so they are due. So that's a way of trying to work out what the science research priorities are right across the department by a range of consultations. Gosh, I have otherwise much to add.
Thank you. Well, I could very happily go on and on, but I'm not going to do that because I want you all to have a chance to ask more questions. So, anybody got anything you would like to ask? Oh, Andy, in the back.
I was expecting to get chosen first. Hi, Andy Mycock. I'm a representative of Upen. One of the problems which I've experienced as an academic has been, when dealing with central government, is the siloing of the different departments. At the moment I'm working on a project which part of it relates to DCMS, part of it relates to public education. And it means that often there is replication, there's confusion, there's a difficulty in getting the right policy messages over to the right people in the different departments, and produces a very unequal effect. I'm just wondering, from your frontline experience, your embedded experience, whether you've got any advice for those wanting to influence government in different departments, and what are the solutions to the broader problem? Because it's a well-known problem, but government rarely feels like it's interested in investing in it and answering it.
I'm going to add a follow-up as well, because Andy, you said influence then, and I would always be very careful to say inform. So anything you want to add on the difference between informing and influence?
So then, I mean, and I very much recognise the issue as a researcher who worked with DHSC and a bit with DFE for 20 years, and in an advocacy role as well. I suppose I would say that the CSA network and the structures of Go Science, people tell me, are some of the most functional cross-government structures that exist. And let's be honest, none of us can actually change the way government works in a huge way. So actually using the structures of Go Science, using the CSA networks, and there's the CSA network, there's the deputy CSA network, there's the CSA officials network, that it goes all quite a long way down, and Go Science itself is quite a useful coordinating body. So I think if you're actually working with departments and actually finding that problem, being explicit about it, because the CSAs or the structures within their department may be able to help, but Go Science may be able to help as well. Influence and inform, I'm not sure. Being relatively new to this, Sarah may be able to add better than I can.
So yeah, I'll just pick up on that influence and inform element. I think it's helpful for academics to influence how officials and ministers should think about things. I think that I've seen situations where it's really got officials and ministers' backs up when they feel they're being lobbied. And actually, from an academic point of view, that's extremely counterproductive because it reduces confidence in the evidence that's being presented. I can give you an example where this has happened in the world of hydrogen. So I don't know if there are any people who've got experience in supporting work relating to the role of hydrogen in the energy system and in transport more generally. When I started 2 years ago, I, unbeknownst to me, had walked into hydrogen wars. We are in a safe space, aren't we? So I will be sort of frank. So not only was there difference in policy between DfT and other government departments, but there wasn't agreement within DfT as to the appropriate role for hydrogen. There is now, and there is a clear narrative around the role and where we need to be focusing our R&D on in learning about the role of hydrogen, whether it's fuel cells or whether it's combustion within the transport system. I think there's a couple of things, though, that it's worth just adding to, and I would absolutely agree about the role of the Chief Scientific Advisors Networks. There are some things that we're not going to change, and one of those things is the way in which budgets are allocated. So we will, and we did have really sensible cross-government discussions around where the priorities for R&D should be in different departments, so that, for example, we can make sure we've got complementary work around net zero, around climate change and adaptation, and there will be other areas. I'm sure AI will be another area where this features in the next fiscal event that happens. However, there is then an internal prioritisation process that has to happen within each government department. And if you take Department of Transport, the majority of capital spend within the Department of Transport is on major infrastructure schemes like road building and like HS2. So I have to be able to articulate not only the priorities of DfT within the cross-government discussions and feed those back, but also within DfT, the value of R&D compared to some of the other activities that are very sensibly being funded within the department. And those budgets are tight at the moment. I think we've come in at a particular time where there is much more scrutiny internally of how capital, which is what R&D is classified as, is spent within government departments. But I think that point about influence and inform, we absolutely always want a solid evidence base with which to inform decisions. I think the influence comes in how we use that evidence, not what the answer is.
That's a distinction, thank you. Other questions, Giles?
I'm going to ask a slightly tricky question. But bear with me. So how do you view the CSA's role in being able to push back against some of the restrictions that the Cabinet Office have put in place in terms of the social media profiles of academics who are seeking to engage? And as this is a safe space, how comfortable do you feel with that process of reviewing social media content?
So I know as much about this as you do, in that I've sort of read it in the papers. One of the very interesting about the CSA's group actually is we don't tend to get drawn into those discussions. I can honestly say I've not discussed that with any of the other CSAs. If there's ever a change in Prime Minister or a change in or a reshuffle, the department WhatsApp groups get terribly interested. But actually CSAs, I've found it quite interesting to observe we don't tend to chatter about that sort of thing. And I don't think that's because we're not interested. It's just because, well, quite frankly, we're quite busy. So there's lots of other things to think about. But also, our job is to provide independent advice, no matter what the political stance is, or no matter what the government of the time are actually doing. I'm going to speak a little bit from my previous role as Pro Vice Chancellor, where I had to absolutely think about how we manage some of the challenges around equality, diversity and inclusion, and I spoke with the other leads for that across the UK as well, because we have a national network there. And I think that there is a really important balance in listening to different views and different approaches, and then thinking about what the task is at hand. So when I was in my EDI role, I always said, right, there are two absolutely irrefutable tenets, which is that we have to allow a sort of freedom of expression aligned with individual academic expertise, but everyone has a right to feel safe and supported in their workplace. And that the first one does not allow the second one to be broken. So it's about that sort of safe and supported environment. I will say, don't believe everything you've read in the papers in terms of actually the extent to which within different government departments we are able to have those proactive debates. We are able to listen to diverse views and diverse voices. I'm aware that I must have had my social media profiles checked before I got appointed. And I'm also aware that if you look through my social media profiles far enough back, you'd be able to tell who I voted for politically. It wouldn't be difficult to tell at all. And I'm reassured by the fact that that I still got appointed. So I think that we need diversity of voice coming through in government. I think that sometimes the role of the special advisors, the SPADs, is up to them how they choose to play it. And I don't know the circumstances of the particular instance that we've sort of read in the paper. And actually, I know one of the academics involved, and because of our sort of research areas overlapping. If a SPAD chooses to advise a minister that they're not comfortable with a particular person's view, that's up to them. That's the political part of working in government department. I've not seen that happen in DFT. I have seen conversations happen about whether we should worry about someone's background. We had someone, I think I can say this actually, we've got someone on our Science Advisory Council who stood as a parliamentary candidate for, I think it was Change UK, or it wasn't the Conservatives anyway. And she actually raised it as part of her declaration. And she's still on our Science Advisory Council, and it was absolutely declared. So I think sometimes you hear the extreme examples in the newspaper, but actually I've not seen that play out in practice.
Yeah, I've certainly not seen that. I've only been there 5 months.
Thank you. And Rob, I think, had a question. Middle row-ish. Yeah.
Hi, Rob Davies from Close UCL. It was more of a kind of clarification question. So, the way inside it's really, really useful. It sounds like the job that you have is more than a full-time job. But I think that picks up that Russ was doing, was it 3 days a week, you said? Which I guess, it surprised me a little bit. And I just wondered, do the different CSAs, are some people doing 1 day a week or a couple of days a week, or is everyone having to do kind of 3 days a week? And why isn't it a kind of given the importance of the role and the demands that are on you as kind of individuals, not just in terms of your role as a CSA, but you've got other demands on your time. Should it actually be a full-time role?
Thanks. I think most CSAs are probably 4 days a week. I think so. I chose to do 3 because A, I couldn't stop doing clinical work for 3 years, and then B, I didn't want to stop doing research for 3 years. And just doing half a day of research didn't feel right to me. I mean, my personal arrogance is probably to believe that I can do it. I was president of Royal Medical College, which was essentially a full-time secondment alongside my full-time job. I mean, as long as your employer gives you lots of leeway, I think we make it work. It isn't the easiest for a work-life balance, but I'm a great believer that as you get older, and I'm not young, in academia, you have to maintain your academic credibility. I have no wish to become an academic politician per se, not doing any research. And I think you actually have to be up. My wish is to be up there publishing and credible. And as a doctor, I still have to see patients to do that as well. So I think from a personal sense, I think, you're more powerful if you're credible and not just seen as an academic politician in a sense. And I think that's why most people do at least a day in academic work.
So we've all got different family circumstances as well. So I think the CSA role used to be a final job. I don't think it is anymore. I think I've probably got.
Career ending.
I'm hoping that's not the case. I've probably got 3 jobs after this or something to do. So I couldn't afford to completely give up my old job. So I'm doing the role on secondment so that I've still got a full professorship left for me, and I'm 4 days a week at the University of Nottingham. I'm in a slightly different position. Actually, my strength in my academic track record was around impact and around leadership and being a bit of a polymath. If you look at don't waste your time looking at my publications. I've got a couple of good ones in there, but I've probably got the worst H index of maybe not quite the worst, but I'm towards the lower quartile of the CSA's H index, I suspect. But we've got a range of different strengths amongst us as CSAs. And as I said, I was a Pro Vice Chancellor before, which is also a full-time job plus keeping up an academic track record. I've still got EPSRC funding. I'm still a co-I on things. I've still got PhD students, and I've still got things sort of ticking over. But it is very difficult. I will say I don't know if there's anyone here from Nottingham. Don't tell them. Don't tell them Nottingham. I find this less stressful than being a PVC, and it's got less lead. The civil service doesn't quite stop at 5 o'clock like it used to, but it's much better from a work culture in terms of evening emails, weekend emails. We were just comparing photos of our garden beforehand. I very rarely work both days on a weekend. I usually have to do something at a weekend, but I usually manage to get a day off. And actually, the only reason I didn't last weekend was because I had lots of Nottingham work that got left over, and so I had a bit of a Nottingham work weekend.
Thank you. I can see a question in the back and one in the front, but I'm just going to chuck my own in. Just because you've sort of mentioned in passing, both of you, the importance of increasing more diversity in evidence. Could you just say something more brief so we can have the other questions, but about your role specifically as CSAs in how to increase diversity, not just use of evidence, but diversity of evidence use in policy making and decision making?
I'll give one very specific example. We've just completed a process of something called our College of Experts. And that's because our Science Advisory Council was quite old, quite white, quite male, and that's not to diminish any of those brilliant experts on it, but that was not representing either diversity of voice nor diversity of research perspective that I think often comes with the different career stages that you have. So we've deliberately gone for a College of Experts alongside our Science Advisory Council with specific diversity targets. I don't think we're quite going to hit to the extent I wanted to, but we've given it a good shot to try and bring through different voices, because we need that challenge and that different perspectives, especially where there is uncertainty in the science.
Interesting question. We don't have a Science Advisory Council, though that was something over time I think we would absolutely like to bring in. I think it's about developing the respect for research and the diversity of methodologies. As I said, particularly in DFE, I think it is focused very much on particularly on economics and other elements of social science, and actually getting them to really look much more broadly at how evidence is produced. Systematic reviews. There's also a lot of good quantitative analysis that actually shifting some of that, thinking about it in causal ways, shifting some of the diversity of the evidential stuff is where I've been able to work thus far. But in terms of the diversity of whom they seek opinions from, civil servants, one of the CSA's roles is not to superintend, but to strategically sit above the way that individual civil servant teams seek outside expertise. So certainly within the DFE, I think there's a long tradition of lots of different policy teams having links with different academics. And my job is certainly not to control that, but to ensure that there's a systematic element to it, focus on quality and diversity. But that's a really long-term cultural shift.
Thank you. I think we've got about 4 minutes left now. So we'll take a question in the front from Rich, and then right at the back, whichever's closest,
We'll take them together if that's all right.
Hi, yeah, Richard from NTU. I suppose interesting question, Sally. You mentioned how you've got a lovely network of the CSAs all working together. Is that just accidental, or is there anything purposeful thinking in your working departments and thoughts of how that's happened and the culture of how you shape that piece? Thank you.
And then at the back.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm in the Knowledge Exchange Unit in the UK Parliament. You may or may not be aware we have 3 pilot thematic research leads who are mid-career researchers placed in the Policy Research and Analysis Hub. They're modelled very loosely on the CSA model, and they work in the parliamentary context for 3 days a week. And I wondered what advice, any do's and don'ts you might have to offer to new starters to that role, particularly on themes of being the influencer, informer, bringing people alongside you rather than being the powerful decision maker, and then also particularly around managing your academic career, research career around the parliamentary role.
Just to answer Richard's question, it was a brutal application process. I think there were 7 stages and there was a really intensive psychological assessment. So I don't think it was a coincidence, actually. And you'll have to ask Patrick or Angela who recruited us. But I think they do look to see whether you will have that collegiate approach. Just in terms of the advice, yes, I went to the launch of the Policy Fellows, and it's I think a really interesting programme. I also, as many of the CSAs do, sit on one of the research councils, and the one that I sit on is ESRC, so really, really supportive of that scheme. In terms of advice, realise that sometimes you are not the best person to put across the evidence. And actually, I heard someone else give this answer in the previous panel discussion, where they gave the example of Netflix. Much as we might like to think we are the most respected science voice in the department, I don't think I am sometimes. I think that by bringing in an industrialist or bringing in someone who has Professor of X, is the thing that will really land with the appropriate individual that you want to present that evidence to.
Advice. That's a really difficult one. I suppose my observation would be it's all about relationships. And that sounds incredibly trite. But that's one of the things that academics are often not good at. Recognizing the difference speaking to the converted here. This is all about evidence into policy and how we improve that. But that's very different from an academic being the best academic you can. It's about being as good an academic as you can be, but choosing to focus on relationships and then translation and policy. I'm a policy researcher by background these days, so I suppose I've had it easy. But potentially making some of that shift in your own research before you get into these kinds of policy roles could potentially be one way of making it easier.
Brilliant. Thank you. And on that note, I'm afraid we will have to leave it, although I really could go on and on. Will you join me in thanking Sarah and Russell for their...
We're going to move straight now into our final session of the afternoon, which is our closing keynote with Grant Hill-Cawthorne. If Grant's he's waving, good. And then actually, for those of you who don't have to dash off immediately afterwards, we were thinking of heading over to Laura, I've forgotten the name of the club, the Canal House, I think. Which is, I'm not going to point because I'm totally disoriented, but anyway, it's about a 2 to 3 minute walk from where we are. It's very, very easy, and it's on the canal. And Liz and I checked it out last night, actually, and it's civilised. Brilliant. So, Grant Hill-Cawthorne, whose name I'm going to mangle at least once, so I'm just going to call you Grant, because it's easier now, is the Managing Director of Research and Information, and also Librarian of the House of Commons, which might be the coolest job title we've had today, I think. Grant holds a PhD in the use of genomics for public health microbiology, but he's probably known to many of you here as the former head of the Parliamentary Office of Science and Technology.
In 2021, he also took over as Director of Research, overseeing the 8 teams of House of Commons library researchers that provide analysis on all areas of public policy to support the House of Commons. And then last year, Grant became the 17th librarian of the House of Commons, which means he's now also joined the Commons Executive Board and has delegated responsibilities for the House of Commons Library and Post. He also continues as an honorary Professor of Global Health at the University of Sydney. So Grant, over to you, and then we will have some time for questions, so please get thinking.
Great, thanks so much, Sarah. It sounds like this is working. It's so much cuter, thanks to these very forward tools about it. So, as with many things within Parliament, I have a modern job title, which is Managing Director of Research and Information, which means I get the honour of looking after these 2 institutes, the Parliamentary Office of Science and Technology and the House of Commons Library. I am also called the librarian, which, so when I originally went for my head of postdoc, I was able to Sydney, and I was asked to interview with this panel that included the librarian at the Sydney. And at that time I wondered, why the hell would I be interviewed by a librarian for this job of rising in science? So like all odd job titles, so I'm the librarian, I report to the clerk, and he reports to the speaker, who reports to the king. So I'm very straight time. So what I'm going to very briefly cover is talk about how evidence and research is used in the House of Commons, talk a bit about my 2 areas, the Post and House of Commons Library, and then give a plug for my amazing knowledge exchange unit to do all the work connected with you guys. So, many of you will have seen this slide today. I always put it up just to remind people what we actually do within Parliament. So Parliament is primarily there with the 650 MPs representing the people. So the Chief Scientific Advisors report to the Secretary of State and a few ministers. We unfortunately have 650 customers just in the Commons and another 800 odd in the Lords. It checks and challenges work of governments, it scrutinises what's happening in each government department, makes and changes laws, provides a platform for debate, and also checks and approves all government spending. So budgets and estimates have to be made within Parliament for money to be drawn. So how does decision making actually work within policy? So essentially you have a decision that's made. I like to clarify to people that research evidence, the stuff coming out of universities, is part of that information that goes into that. The job of Post and House of Commons Library is to put across that research evidence. But also what we do in the library is talk about what the population needs as well. So what are the characteristics, the needs, the values that people hold, the preferences? Because out of 650 customers are all elected by an electorate that put them there for a reason. Also within that is the resources, what I call the pragmatism of actually implementing a policy. So is it possible in terms of expertise and the money available to actually carry it out? And then around all of that is the environment and organisational context. And we saw this most during COVID, where the environment and the context changed so rapidly that policy initiatives were made that people would never have thought possible, such as lockdowns. So MPs are constantly bombarded by information. So obviously the press and journalists is a big part of that. They also have researchers within the parties, so the Conservatives and Labour have quite a big body of researchers that provide information to them. They might have their own researchers, they might do their own reading. And so we have to, within the House of Commons Library and Post, try and move through that to make sure that we're bringing the most impartial information to MPs. So ensuring that we're a trusted source. And so this is the structure of the 2 organisations we're going to quickly introduce. So we've got Post on the left, which started out focusing on science and technology, now has a large social science remit as well, so it covers all research evidence effectively. And that very much looks at the actual outputs from universities and how they may impact public policy. The House of Commons Library is, we've got about 100 researchers split into these 8 different sections, covering every area of public policy, and they're really there to assist MPs with understanding what is the current law, what could potential changes to the law cause, what do various parties think about this, and to provide an impartial sort of balanced view of everything from research evidence to political opinion. And there's various products which I'll flag as well as they go along. So the paper sort of started based on a model in the US, which was the Office for Technology Assessment. That was a huge body that had about 220 people, was founded in the 70s, was wound up by Newt Gingrich during his reign as speaker there. But essentially it was there to do horizon scanning and tell the US Congress what it needed to be concerned about in the future. And the post was started by a group of MPs and lords who were similarly concerned about the fast-paced changes within science. So, for example, on this slide I've shown some of the other post notes that they had to produce, and particularly like the computer virus being introduced on a 500 cartridge floppy disk, which was a state of the art then. But at that time, computer misuse act was being looked at. The UK was the first country to look at human fertilisation and embryology acts and in vivo fertilisation. We had the Human Genome Project had just started, more evidence of PSE, but not yet evidence of CJD, and the effects of carbon dioxide on the environment. So suddenly there were all these scientific discoveries, and MPs and lords just didn't know what to make of them, and they didn't quite know who to believe. So the post was set up really to partner with people like you. So the reason we had the knowledge exchange unit in post, and the reason why they perform outreach and training and support for researchers is to make sure that your evidence is getting into Parliament, that your research is having an impact on what we are thinking about in Parliament. Post also provides horizon scanning. So it does this by looking at the horizon of about 5 to 10 years at what's coming out of research that we need to be aware of in public policy. It then produces post notes, which are summaries from about 30 to 40 interviews with different stakeholders, so everyone from researchers to lobbyists to industrialists to civil servants. And it combines this all down into a short briefing and then tells select committees what they need to be looking at. So what these select committees need to scrutinise to make sure the government is doing its job. It's also asked by select committees to synthesise existing bodies of research out there into easy briefings. So at the start of a committee inquiry, the committee is given a briefing that explains the state of the art of research in that area, and then they can use that to piggyback the inquiry on. And then finally, as many of you will have experienced, we do training, talks like this, to explain to policymakers and also to bring PhD students into post and train them up to be policy-wise researchers as well. So just in the last few weeks, these are the kind of things that we publish on. So there's a post note on the left looking at the changes and reforming the Mental Health Act, so evidence base is behind that. On the right is an example of a post brief. So this was something commissioned by a committee that was looking at genome edited animals, and they needed a research brief on looking at all the underpinning research behind that. But it's also in recent years has introduced 2 different products. The one on the left is a rapid response, and this is something we started out doing during COVID. Just as Sage was publishing, we had to have a way to keep up and scrutinise what was coming out of Sage. So we had week by week rapid responses coming out, trying to look at what Sage was saying and trying to give advice to parliamentarians on that. And then something that's being tried at the moment on the right is a rapid evidence assessment. So this is actually getting researchers in the field to help us out by writing an evidence assessment to help the committee that then goes through our editorial process and our checks on impartiality before being published. So that's post, which most people are quite familiar with in this room. What I also wanted to do was introduce the library, which is actually a much bigger body, but it is most known to MPs and is used very heavily by MPs, but not so much by academics. And so it's a very good group of individuals to contact if you also want to get your research in front of politicians. So the library came about 200 years ago, and it was really because there was growing number of books in Parliament and no one knew what to do with them. So they found this 22-year-old man, made him the librarian of the House of Commons, and said he had to come up with a way of sorting all this, he had to build a library, and to get funding for it.
And he unfortunately died at the age of 36, so it was a fairly stressful job. But nowadays we do have a library. The original one burned down in the Great Fire that burned down the Palace of Westminster. We have a new one from about the 1850s onwards, and it's still the same as, it looks pretty similar. We've got some computers in there now. But that is an actual place that holds all of the books, the deposited papers by the government, etc., on behalf of the nation. However, for a long time, it really was just there to provide information to MPs through books. And by the time we hit the Second World War, that just wasn't cutting it anymore because you had to wait a while for books to be published. So there was a growing body of MPs who wanted to research service, wanted experts, particularly in international affairs and defence, to tell them what the hell was going on in different parts of the world, help them interpret that, and write short briefings. So the research service was established around 75 years ago, and it still does that to this day. And it's very big, so it's 100 people. So it's big by parliamentary terms, it's tiny compared to the civil service. And these 100 people cover everything. So they try to cover every single area of public policy, including us. So we have a Parliament and Constitution Centre that studies Parliament itself. Because Parliament is a fairly confusing place, and most people in Parliament forget what they need to do. So we also study ourselves. I will supply all of these slides, so I won't do a pop quiz on this. But essentially, it's everything you can think of. And the reason why it needs to be everything you can think of is because the library has generated amongst MPs a reputation for parliamentary research. So it's impartial. We don't have to serve whatever party is the government of the day. We simply say everything about a subject. So all the research, the different viewpoints. We don't go for fake balance either. We will just, if there is a clear research point to be made, then we'll make that. Is there for accuracy and timeliness. So MPs will often say, oh, I forgot to contact you last week. I'm meeting with a reporter in 2 hours. Can you give me a briefing on the whole history of taxation in the UK? So it's that kind of really informed, lots of notice that we get. We all are also confidential, so MPs can come to us and ask us practically everything, and they actually do. And we will give them a confidential answer that they often leak to the press if they want we don't. And increasingly nowadays we try to make it accessible. So all of our big briefings we actually publish online, and they're there for the public. And they help the public understand what's happening in policy in general. And because of that, they tend to be picked up by journalists too. And it's used in everything. So we actually write debate packs for every debate that's over an hour. Every bit of legislation that goes through the House, we write a second reading briefing that explains exactly what the legislation would do, what the different viewpoints are, how it will change to accompany the government's version of that, which they supply. We provide lots of information for the constituents, so we also get lots of questions. The MPs get thousands of questions a week. We see about 5% of those, but as you'll see, that still adds up to about 18,000 questions a year. And we'll help MPs draft parliamentary questions, we'll help them with media work, etc. So this is just like 1 week, just picking through the kinds of random things that you get asked. Everything from a warm bonus discount to the whole history of motor neuron disease, to the 1779 Enclosure Act, which I can't remember what that refers to whether 5G is safe, and we spend a lot of time fact-checking. So we do confidential fact-checking for MPs, because they get every kind of paranoid individual emailing them with all kinds of questions. So we try to set them on the straight and narrow when we can. And we also publish a lot. So these you may recognise as things that are happening at the moment. So there's a thing called the Committee of Privileges that you may have heard about, that published a report last week. Who's having a debate as we speak. So we did a briefing on that, looking at the implications of that report. We also have landing pages, so where we've got large collections of briefings, we try to put them in one place, such as on history and inflation. And this the briefings on here are read about 20,000 times a week at the moment because they're the key source for actually just putting everything in one place around the cost of living. Every bill that goes through, so the finance bill is going through later today, so we've got a briefing on that. There's also a debate today on the UK tech industry. So, as I said, every debate that goes through, we write a briefing on explaining all the elements to that. And then finally, we do a few other things. So increasingly, we try to aim stuff for constituents themselves. So to try to save poor MP staff getting millions of questions about the same topic, we're increasingly doing FAQs out there so that members of the public can Google something, find out research, and then that will give them the answer rather than contacting their MP. Doesn't always work. Sometimes they just disagree with what we say. But it's an attempt to try and get diverse on that. And we also take all of the data that the ONS publishes in a really unhelpful form and put it by the constituencies. So MPs want stuff by the constituency, they don't care about any other measure. And so we repackage all ONS data, constituency by constituency. And we also try a few random things that other organisations don't do. So the NHS dumps all its lists of dentists just on the website in an Excel format. What we've done this week is just put all the dentist information into one place, so people can actually find where their local dentist is, which sounds simple, but hasn't been done up to now. So this is a typical year for us. So we answer about 18,000 requests for bespoke research. So all these questions that MPs ask us. 90 bits of legislation went through the Commons last year, so we produced briefings for each of those. We publish about 1,200 topical briefings. So this is things that are emerging in the news that we think MPs need the truth about. So typically that's in the past year of Ukraine, prior to that was Afghanistan, but we try to anticipate as much as possible what's going to come through. We publish economic indicators a few times a week. So what the UK economy is doing, 270 debates last year. And then just to underpin that and keep us busy, we are also the management of all the parliamentary information. So everything that goes through has to be indexed. So we have 150,000 proceedings a year that need indexed, and we have 300,000 subject terms added to business items each year. So finally, the knowledge exchange unit. So this sits within Post. Many of you met Siobhan and Sarah earlier today. It's really there to promote all the opportunities for engaging with Parliament. So all of those select committee inquiries that go out on 50 different Twitter feeds, these are all put in one place if you follow the Knowledge Exchange Unit Twitter. They also provide lots of training and resources around how to engage with Parliament. We have parliamentary academic fellowships, so we've got 3 being advertised at the moment. These are people that typically come and join us for 1 or 2 days a week for 1 or 2 years in specific areas to help committees or to help host with specific projects. And the knowledge exchange unit started about the same time as Upen. So both organisations have grown together and have created lots of synergies because of that. And because of the role that the KU has had we're constantly feeding back to Research England how they can better support us through REF and other types of funding to make sure that there is recognition for the work that all of your researchers do in getting their research into policy. So just a few quick things to look for. So the knowledge exchange unit Twitter account, and we do have named people within the knowledge exchange unit. To make it simple, we've had 2 Sarahs, there's also Siobhan and Raki. They are named, so they actually have points of contact. We know that often Parliament or the civil service can be black boxes, so we're trying to make it as easy as possible. There's lots of resources on the research impact pages on how to engage with Parliament, how to give evidence, there's various videos and things. There's also the weekly roundup of opportunities to engage in the KU News. And as I said, there's currently Parliament Academic Fellow adverts, so they're up there as well. Where do we go next? So in research and information, we've got about 200 people. We have about 100, 150 policy analysts within the select committee team as well. And they often work on complementary areas. So what we've been doing is creating a policy research analysis community. It's similar to the policy profession that the first speaker was talking about. And this is the way of bringing together all of our researchers from across Parliament into hubs. And we've launched the first 3 of these hubs. We've got one looking at Parliament and public administration and the Constitution, another looking at international affairs and national security, and a third on climate and energy. And those are there to be paired with thematic research leads, which is currently a pilot to be funded by ESRC. And towards the end of the year, there'll be lots more information on thematic research leads and more opportunities on that. So keep an eye out on the KU news for that. And then we are constantly looking for new ways to engage students, teach people about how to engage with Parliament, and also to come into Parliament and learn how to be a researcher here. And we want to continue to strengthen collaborations with people like you. So on that, the rest of the slides are all the things that you can do to find us. I'll stop and take some questions.
Fantastic, thanks very much, Grant. Okay, we've got a little less than 10 minutes, I think, so I'm going to kick it straight out for questions. Stephen.
It's Stephen Evans, Durham University. Just wondered whether you have any sort of structured relationship with US Congressional Research Services, which is obviously a very powerful research tool. Do you share information with them?
We do. So we've got a good relationship. So Congressional Research Services is part of the Library of Congress. So I meet with the Librarian of Congress. And also they are a much bigger entity. They've got about 550 people in the Congressional Research Service. But we share information. And actually they have often looked to us for innovations. So for example, CRS until about 5 years ago didn't publish their papers. We have tried to do that for the last 20 years. So we also look at each other's papers and share information there. There's also quite an active group of parliamentary libraries. So we also work very closely with the Canadian Parliamentary Library, for example. And there's quite a few around the world. And actually on the Knowledge Exchange Unit website, there's a link to all the different areas that do either a parliamentary library or scientific advice mechanism around the world. So it's well have a look at that. This is the scope of these places.
Thanks, Grant. Other questions? Nikki.
I'm going to ask a question I half know the answer to, but could Grant say something about how accessible academic papers are to like House of Commons library researchers?
Please publish open access journals. That's for government and Parliament actually. So we don't invest in the same way that universities do in library access. So we have access to a few journals. We tend to have the 2 big ones, but a lot of them are dedicated specialist journals we just don't have access to. We've had various ways to get around that. We have visiting academics to UCL, for example, embedded within our teams just to help provide the access. I use my Sydney account because I get my academic one in order to do that. But yeah, it's really difficult to get information. So as far as possible, if you can publish open access to, or if you can just upload it to university servers, so preprints to university servers at a random, and we'll pick it up that way.
Thank you. Yeah, Julia.
Juliet Jobson, Horsley. So picking up on that, how useful is it for us to actually share papers or synthesis, so briefings with the library staff? So there's an email that you can sort of send things to, but if it's a bit, I'm not sure if it's actually useful.
No, so there is an email address, papers@parliament.uk, which is actually all of our kind of public facing feedback. And actually that is monitored each day, so anything that's sent there is sent on to relevant researchers. And primary research is often less useful for libraries, but actually syntheses of secondary research are really useful. And actually we use Gross's work quite a lot in work that Library does, as does Post. So if there is something that you think we'll miss and is a synthesis, then do forward it to papers@parliament.uk. You should definitely get a response if it is at that point.
Thanks. In the front there, and then Katie.
So say inquiries are happening in the House of Lords, House of Commons, is there much engagement and channels of these topics and overlap between Post and the library, or are they often quite separate, or how does that work?
Yeah, so one thing that has been helpful in the last 10 years are actually Post and the library in the same department. So ahead of Post, it's my management board along with library research. So there is a lot more connection than before. We do have a science and environment section within the library. They think that overlap a lot with Post, but actually, because Post is very much focused on the research evidence itself, while the science and environment section is often looking at public perception or what journalists are saying or the political ramifications of science and environment topics, then they actually complement quite well. They do check in with each other, and Post now has a system to actually send around its full plan around the select committees and library sections, and then each comment search. So we prioritise that way as well. Hopefully it works out.
Assuming you've got all this great impartial evidence-based research, do you have any plans to sort of raise your profile with the public? Because I think you're sort of flying under the radar a little bit, unless I'm missing it all.
No, I think the library tradition has, and part of that I think is the name. I think people don't expect library to do this kind of work. But the journalists know about it well, and they often quote us. And so often when you see stats and things from the House of Commons, that is coming from the library. But I'm very happy to keep plugging the library and making sure, particularly because it is a useful wealth of, in this age, non-misinformation, so ways for the public to actually get the truth is hopefully a good thing. So we'll continue.
Thank you. Thanks. I think final question to Chris, please.
You described a huge data set that you've got, which is all confidential in terms of the actions that you've seen from MPs over the years. Is there a wasted opportunity not to use that data set and to maybe publish the results in terms of what the questions have been, the themes, whether they match wider questions and queries that we've seen in the media?
It's a really interesting question. Up until very recently, they've been completely impenetrable because traditionally Parliament has always tried to create its own software, and they did that with the database, and it just meant that you couldn't get anything out of it. We have actually launched a new inquiry service that migrates all that data across, so it's really much more accessible. You're right, we've got inquiries going back to the early 90s. There's about 450,000 different questions on there. So it is a really useful resource. So we might tentatively have a look how much we'll be able to publish without speaking MPs or an interesting test. I'll ask the speaker about that. You prefer us to be spooked, I think.
Watch this space, thank you. Thank you so much, Grant, that was so interesting. And I certainly learned a lot that I didn't already know about the Commons Library, so thank you. Will you join me by thanking Grant? Okay, and now this is me subtly beckoning to Chris to come up to say bye. So the sunshine awaits you, so we won't keep you long. I noted down 6 things from all of the discussions today that struck me as things that Upen should one way or another be trying to do something about. The first is the challenge of navigating knowledge, both within, I think, the research community, but certainly within the public policy community, and thinking in particular about the new forms of knowledge and evidence that are emerging. The second is the hugely valuable role of convening, which I think is really overlooked, undervalued, but utterly fundamental to everything every one of us is trying to do, particularly when we think about, I think it was Steve who talked this morning about co-creating the evidence need, which I thought was a really nice way of putting it. There's also the value of learning through doing and then sharing that learning, which is something else I think that's really critical for us and for Upen. And then also the role we have in connecting different capabilities, different kinds of knowledge, different experience, different perspectives is really, really powerful as a thing to do. I think we've also heard that structures for engagement matter. Having capability, capacity, structures, routes is really important. And also that perhaps the still missing thing that we don't have is the thing that is helping to coordinate all the different parts of the ecosystem that are still emerging. So your homework, should you choose to accept it, is to think, what can we, Upen, do about any or all of those things? But Chris may have his own little list of things.
I could do the cop-out and say that Sarah just covered all those things.
But that would be boring.
Entirely aligned. But I think more specifically for Upen, I think there's a question about how networks interleave into other networks and to make a little bit of sense of that. I think there's always a danger here that you want to try and rationalise what's going on, and that's never going to happen, because this is a sector that has to keep moving. If things became ossified, it would be more problematic, I think. There's clearly something about professional development for knowledge mobilisers that cuts across academic and professional service roles and which parts of the ecosystem deliver on those. And I think there are responsibilities for individual HEIs as well. It's not just a case that we can say, well, that's a fund responsibility or that's an organisation like Upen's responsibility. I think there are questions about culture, and we talked about this in terms of the ref before and bringing culture back into some of those conversations. I think there's a lot of niches, there's lots of areas of what Putnam would call sort of bonding social capital. And there's lots of bridging organisations like Upen and sort of initiatives like CAPE, for instance, and Upen and the LPIP Hub. There needs to be some linkage between those bits and pieces. And it's not a case of fighting over territory, but it's a case of making sure somebody actually does those things. And I think finally, there's a question of needs. We often start with a very, as an impact manager, I tell my academics to always start with the problem, but I think sometimes we start with a sense of what we want to supply. I think there's a case for stepping back, looking at what is already supplied and thinking what are the remaining needs and how can they be dealt with. So I realise we're holding you up from your families, trains, or a warm or cold drink indeed. So I'll pass you back to Sarah just to finish off.
I'm only doing the thank yous, don't worry. So thank you again to Birmingham for hosting us. Thank you in particular to our amazing conference committee who helped pull today together. So that's, I'm really paranoid I'm going to forget one of you. But I think that is Nikki, Callum, Ali, Hugh and Cami in her absence. And also a warm thanks to Eleanor, who's just joined the Upen team. I think the biggest thanks has to go to Laura. She has been our a lot of frantic paddling under the surface. Totally invisible to you lot, but yeah, thank you, Laura. Thank you for organising today, because we couldn't have had it without Laura.
Yeah.
And then thank you to all of you for coming, for contributing, for thinking, for helping make Upen what it is. We'll be doing it again next year, so feedback please. How can we do it better? What more should we be doing? And then you're off, released, go. Thank you.
So, I sent you but it's coming from my Gmail account.
Good.
So